Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Things going to be a little bit odd today. Nowhere to park downstairs for me to get a really good full view today. So we're up here on the 7th floor under the awning. We got lucky with that. If not, we'd have just had to run this show until the equipment gave out. It's supposed to be about 92 degrees today. Beautiful day here in the Triangle. It's definitely going to be a warm afternoon. Trying to park ourselves in the shade. I've been looking for some 3D printed items to 3D print and make for the camera cover. I'm not good at designing stuff on CAD and doing all the measurements and all that kind of shenanigans. So I'm trying to see if I could find something, but I found one thing, but I don't know what they're using as their cover. It needs to be modified to go over the sides so that the camera can be protected a little bit better from the sun, but one positive, though, it is a very breezy afternoon. Not windy, but a breezy afternoon. So, again, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our Sunday show. Should have all of our international flights here this afternoon. We also got lucky that 23 Right was not closed today. Yesterday, 23 Right closed due to the little maintenance things they had going on yesterday morning. I know that Lufthansa landed 23 left yesterday. Nice, easy touchdown for the United Express. Looks like we've got a Frontier up and ready for departure. Dang, moving that did nothing to help me. I may have to make some other adjustments because I'm like really trapped in here. Hold on. Move the camera around just a little bit. Oh, that's not going to work. That just made our view even worse, didn't it? By a long shot. Oh, well. I'll figure it out here in a second. Yeah, I thought about that too, cutting some card and then putting some reflective material on it. That's probably what I'll end up doing, but there's a special thing that somebody printed, 3D printed, that's the hot shoe mount, and it's curved just enough. So maybe we can put some cardstock in it or something clear and then put, you know, aluminum tape, reflective aluminum tape on it or something. But yeah, making that move did not help our situation at all, did it? It's all right. I'll just have to deal with it. I'm pinned in really, really tight to the tripod, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's like in my face. Part of it's in my face. I just have no range of motion for myself to step, if need be. The only problem with doing these shows on the top of the parking garage, all of them, because I end up running into the curb. I can't pull the camera. In today's situation, I can't pull the camera back. As you saw, that pole is in the way. We got this. Figure it out in a minute. Nice Delta departure. The other things that we got to worry about, you know, of course, are the computer and the computer, as well as the camera overheating. The battery I don't worry about too much. I don't think we've had any real issues with the battery overheating. Our old batteries would not necessarily overheat, but they would get hot, and then the fans would run and they would die quite quickly. The big battery we seem to be doing all right with. Got one more arrival here, and then I'll try to figure this out. I gotta put two of the legs up on top of the thing, and that's, oh, we got 2 more arrivals. We got Frontier coming in, followed by an American Eagle, it looks like. Got a couple of Delta E175s moving around. Definitely need that cool breeze. It is quite toasty out here. The car says it's 86 degrees. It's supposed to be a high of 92. Feels like 96 later this afternoon. So we're going to get a little humidity in the air, it seems like. Seems our cooler days have come to an end, unfortunately. I don't know if that 787's still here. I don't think so. I don't see the tail, so I think it may have left yesterday sometime. Don't anticipate our internet behaving itself too well today, given the temperatures, but we'll find out. I see it's already starting to struggle a little bit. Shot of the Delta E175. We've got an American E175 coming up next. Now it's working better than it's supposed to. So I didn't post any of the shots of Independence 1 because your host did a horrible job trying to get any of that. I didn't post any of the shorts. Because I don't know if you know anything about shorts, but when you try to take shorts from what you're looking at right now down to a cell phone sized up and down image, it doesn't leave a lot of room for error. And with the wind on Thursday, well, that didn't work out too well. So I have not posted any shorts of that. Not sure what I'm going to do about that. There may not be a whole lot that I can do. So we got an A320 for Delta Airlines. arrival. Quick one there. Looks like an American A321 from Charlotte. It's our first Charlotte arrival of the day. So we'll see how many Charlotte arrivals we actually get today. What's your problem all of a sudden? Interesting. Got Lufthansa right now over Boston. Sorry about that little blip. I had a little issue with the computer there. Copa Airlines, we're looking at 2 hours. Aeromexico, an hour and 49 minutes from Mexico City. Lufthansa, what? An hour and 17 minutes for the A330. 300 this afternoon. We've got Aer Lingus coming later. We've got Aer Lingus just left 40 minutes ago. They have 7 hours and 1 minute remaining in their journey. The American 777 and the Air France Dreamliner have been together for most of their flights so far this afternoon. Is there another one sitting out there for departure that I missed? I did not see that one out there a minute ago. There might be a couple sitting out at the end of the runway. I really gotta watch my head. So Air France will fly the A350 starting in June, from what I understand. We also have that Air Canada Vancouver flight. That one coming later this afternoon, and that A220. We've got Alaska from San Diego. Where is that Air Canada from Vancouver? I don't think they left already, did they? No. So Alaska 434 is just now getting back to Seattle. So that one an early morning flight departure out of here. Don't believe we have any specials today. I haven't seen any. The last departure off to Indianapolis, Endeavor 4780. Got breeze coming up, Moxie 541 from Daytona Beach. We won't see that one. We're down to one runway as far as what we can see today because of the simple fact of where we are. We might be able to get them coming in. We haven't tested it yet. Haven't had any arrivals over there, so we'll see when this breeze makes its way in. Raise that up a little bit. Hopefully that won't be too bad as far as our shots go later on. But I keep bumping into it with my head. It's hard for me to turn around and look at the chat when I got this thing bumping me in the head. Don't know if we've got any lights this afternoon. I don't know if anybody's flying in or out. I haven't received any messages yet. But we'll see. We're just getting started here, so I'm sure somebody might be flying in or out later this afternoon. Okay, I'm going to be here till probably 8 o'clock tonight. It'll be a nice long 8-hour day. Gonna be a good one. Had to stop at the store, grab me a couple of waters and things so I can stay hydrated. Again, gonna be about 96 degrees according to the feels like for today. So a nice slow start to the day here. We've got Envoy 4048 coming in from Washington, D.C. via DCA. That one arriving in 3 minutes, an E175. Followed by Envoy 40... Wait, what? Oh, it won't click on the one I want it to click on. Oh, it's a glitch. What's with flight radar lately and glitching like that? It seems to be leaving one on the... thing every once in a while. Now we do have a couple of specials. Piedmont Retro at 5:30, Surf Air PC-12. That one will come in over on the other side, and then JetBlue NYPD at 6:04. So a couple of specials today. No, I've never caught a compressor stall. We had a couple of bird strikes on Thursday's show. One on arrival and one on departure, I believe. So a couple of bird strikes throughout the week this week. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you can. Try to get as many likes going as possible here. Let me try to update this really quick. Had a couple of good days there. Wednesday and both Thursday, fantastic days of plane spotting. A lot of folks watching the show both days. Good viewer turnout. So thank you all for tuning in last week. Should be a good day today as well. Again, we've got all of our internationals coming in. Iceland, Aer Lingus, the London flight, Air France, Copa, Aeromexico, Air Canada, all to come today. And a couple of specials as well. This is also... I knew I shouldn't have changed the start time to 12 o'clock. I should have kept it 1 o'clock like we've been doing the last few weeks. because 12 o'clock is always like a dead zone, dead area. But I also thought I was going to start at 1 o'clock today because I didn't think I was going to make it here in time. I had to go, and I left something in Miss Carolina's car, and I had to go and pick that up. So I almost didn't think I was going to make it here. I thought I was going to have to change until 1 o'clock. Luckily we made it though. So we got that one coming in from DCA up next. Envoy Air. We have that Breeze. We're going to try our best to grab that Breeze Airways arrival as well. Again, down to one runway for us because of the simple fact the runways are open, both are open. But because of where we are and having to retreat from, you know, the 92-degree heat, we only get one runway when we have to do that, unfortunately. So our days of going to Charlotte and such will be coming to an end. It'll be too hot to go to Charlotte. And there is absolutely nowhere really to hide. I mean, I guess I could hide in the fire escape like I normally do, but hotter days are going to be a lot more difficult on equipment and such. Reason being, if you guys aren't familiar with Charlotte, Charlotte has those metal decorative grate things on their parking garage. So you have one option in Charlotte, or you go out to the observation area, the overlook, and there's absolutely no shade, period, over in the observation area. Makes it quite difficult sometimes for us to get our shows off the ground over there. We'll see. I need to get my butt back down to Charlotte. It's been a couple of weeks. Noise. Oh, they're over here taking out trash. So we got a United A321 or an A320 or 19. I can't tell what that is. I think it's a 19. Sitting back here. We don't see this very often. Yeah, it's only got the one door. We don't see United sit back here very often. Normally that's either Frontier or Delta parked over here. We've got a couple of Frontier planes parked up. We've got one getting ready to push back. Got the A321 ready to push here in just a minute. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in. Checking to make sure we're level all the way across. Real quick. A couple of last minute tweaks. Got that Breeze Airways on final. Let's see if we can snag that one. Not sure how much of that breeze we'll be able to catch, but we'll try. This one coming in from Daytona. We should be able to see it just past this thing here on the parking garage. So maybe I can stick with it and be able to see it. There's the A220. I'm gonna call that the pretzel shot because that had me twisted like a pretzel. Are they pushing or are they not pushing? What's going on here? Where did our wing walker go? He was just out there. Do have a Delta on the move. I did see the top of a Delta tail on the way out. Aviation Cat, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. A very hot afternoon here. Gonna be a really hot afternoon. Right now about 86, 87 degrees. A little more humidity than we've had in the past few weeks. That's going to make for a warm afternoon. There they go, finally pushing that Frontier back. Departure over on the other side. Sounding like a nice exec jet, possibly. I was in such a hurry. I walked out, forgot the radio, of course. I was in a really big hurry when I left the house. Like I said, I had to go way out to get my to get something out of the Mrs. car. Forgot the radio. Looks like we got a Delta A320, A321 on the move. Got an arrival. We've got a couple of arrivals. We've got Envoy 3809 coming in from Chicago, an hour and 28 minutes for the E175 LR, followed by JetBlue 2485 coming in from JFK. That's going to be an A320, an hour and 7 minutes of flight time. As far as I know, Spirit's done. I mean, I don't know. They haven't received any kind of bailouts or anything, and all their planes are headed to the desert. So as far as I know, Spirit's done so. Watched a episode of Cockpit Casual, their newest episode, talking about that and how they've got how they've had teams in place to fly some of those Spirit Airlines from across the country out to Arizona for them to be parked. So that was a good episode of them talking about going out to Arizona and taking all of the Spirit planes from different places. How they had to choreograph that quite quickly, of course. So here comes that E-175 from Chicago. JetBlue 485 coming up in a minute. 2485. Got that JetBlue NYPD livery later, hopefully. As far as I know, that looks like that 787 is gone out of here. Don't see the tail hanging out down there in front of the observation deck. We have a departure coming up, but I think they're going to wait on this JetBlue arrival. Maybe. Again, JetBlue from New York. Looking at about an hour away for Lufthansa. JetBlue in just a second. Again, we've got a pole right in our way today, unfortunately. Not a whole lot I could do about that one. I tried. Tried everything I could think of to get in a little bit of a different location today, but of course that did not work in our favor. There is JetBlue. There we go. There goes that Frontier that took a hot minute to push back. Looks like they're in a bit of a hurry. Well, there's a lot of vibration right here at this spot. The car just passed, kicking up all the vibration. So Delta getting a move on now. Figure out where they're off to. This one's Delta 1377 off to Orlando. Somebody departing on 23 left. So Delta's going to have to wait just a minute. Frontier might be a nice early rotation because the fact that they look like they were in quite a hurry a minute ago. Let's see what they decide to do here. Hopefully we'll get them on the move. So again, Delta down to the House of Mouse, down to Orlando. This one here is not up on radar just yet. Got JetBlue coming in to the alleyway behind us. I miss out on that one for a minute here. We'll wait on Frontier to get a move on. There we go. JetBlue making their way into their gate. Let's find out where Frontier's off to. Frontier's off to DFW. Junior the Lynx livery. I think we saw Junior the other day. I think it was Wednesday we saw Junior the Lynx, if I remember correctly. It's another Frontier lit up on flight radar. Let's see. It went away. That A321 a minute ago didn't come in from Charlotte. It came in from DFW. Interesting. Normally that's reserved for our 737 flights. Do have another Frontier for arrival in a few minutes. Carmen the Black Bear coming in. Frontier 1168 from Atlanta, Georgia. A321 Neo. Copa just finished crossing over the Keys. Looks like they're over the Everglades now. An hour and 39 minutes for that MAX 9 this afternoon. Then Aeromexico, you're looking at 26 minutes for Aeromexico. Dang, Lufthansa's booking it. They're already passed over New York. They have about 53 minutes left for their journey, that A330. Get this E175 towed in over here for American Eagle. That was the Envoy arrival from Chicago. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button, please. And of course, as always, we're broadcasting to you guys in 4K this afternoon. Hopefully you guys will be able to enjoy the 4K broadcasting. Looks like the internet's holding up quite well, probably until about 6 o'clock. When 6 o'clock rolls around, it'll probably dip out. I'm going to test this theory on the internet. Very welcome, Carrie. No worries. It's my normal Sunday thing. I do feel like, though, that I probably should have started at 1 o'clock instead of starting at 12, but that's okay. Again, I didn't think I was going to make it here by 12. Got a nice cool water. Got a couple of drinks. I'll stay hydrated a little bit today. Did a little exercising yesterday. I'm a little sore today. Did a lot yesterday, actually. I kind of fell out in the afternoon yesterday. There they go, finally getting that in there. So if you guys are new to the airport and you're wondering why they're pushing this one in, well, I've got a good answer for that. All right, so they're not allowed to come into their own gates anymore back here. Again, if you guys aren't new to the airport, you already know this. But if you are new to the airport, they got construction, expansion of Terminal 2 happening right here. So they don't want them to possibly run through it, or I don't know what. I honestly don't know what the significance is of them getting pulled into their gate. Getting out of their gate, I can understand, because they don't want to blow any of the equipment around or damage anything. But as far as having to be towed into the gates, I'm not real sure why that has to be a thing. Yeah, it's supposed to be about 92 here. Hopefully it'll stay nice and breezy so I don't cook. And of course, I am under the awning this afternoon, so that shouldn't pose too much of a threat until way later in the afternoon. You can see the canopy above us here. So hopefully that won't pose too much of a threat, the sun this afternoon, but we shall see. Gotta worry more about the equipment than we do anything else. Overheating. We get the camera, it shuts off every now and then. We get the computer will like to overheat and run high on the CPU usage and such. So I need to sit down and come up with some designs to make something or do something to protect ourselves this summer. Had a couple of really brutal hot summers. But as we saw before, though, even with the camera, it not being 90 degrees out, if it's like 75, 80, 85, somewhere around in there, if the sun sits in the camera sits in the sun too long with no wind blowing through, the camera will overheat all on its own. So that's just some of those things that we gotta work on. I'm by no means a designer of anything like CAD. Maybe I need to figure out some CAD stuff so I can try to design a 3D printed thing for the top of the camera, a little roof to go over top of it. That would also protect it when it rains too, if I'm able to do that. Definitely got to figure that type of stuff out. Readjust that a little bit. There we go. But yeah, so we got to figure that out. Make a roof for over the camera. As far as the computer goes, I use a giant fan for that. So that always makes things a lot better too for the computer at least. But even if you run the computer in the sun, some days it won't work even using the big 9-fan thing I have. I need a DeWalt. One of those DeWalt battery-powered fans. I have a DeWalt. I have everything else in DeWalt, and I need to try to do that. See if I can't set that up like in the back of the car or something here, and shoot the breeze this way. I'll try and cool the camera down. But again, today no issues with that. It's gonna be a good day today. Nice breeze. We may have issues later this afternoon when the sun gets lower in the sky over here, but play everything by ear, see what happens, of course. my hatch was level. I could make a thing to go out over the hatch here, but for some shade. Yeah, I've got the battery. I just don't have like the solar. I don't have any solar panels for our big battery. They make them. We just don't have any of them. Got a Southwest coming in over on the other side. Let's see if we can snag that shot. You guys will see here in just a second why I was calling this shot the pretzel. Because I have to maintain focus, which means if I don't turn the focus off, I have to hold the button. See, now I look over at the computer. Like I said, today's not one of those days where I necessarily need the fan, but had I been out in the open without coverage, I definitely would have needed it. So Southwest coming in. Got the American Eagle continuing their push out. Whoops. Ooh, I hear an A220 somewhere. Next arrival is going to be that Frontier from Atlanta, Frontier 1168. That one going to be Carmen, the Black Bear livery. Flying 56 minutes from Atlanta. Speaking of Frontier, we got one on the move. Headed out. See, I keep bumping my head on this. I don't know if y'all saw that or not. There's that other Southwest. Frontier. Did I say Southwest? I meant Frontier. There is another Southwest, but it's coming in. I think that's where my brain went. I could see it behind this one. It was 2-for-1 shot there, but so I use whoops. Hold on. So I use Flight Radar. Flight Radar 24. It gives us all the info we need on our ins and outbounds. Nice smooth arrival for this one again from Atlanta. 57 minutes of flight time. So the Southwest that I was just talking about, Southwest 1769, that one coming in from Bewee. That one, we're not going to be able to get that one. It's already got a bunch of stuff in its way. Maybe we can try between the light poles there, but I don't know that I'll be able to do it. going to try to focus on everything, but yeah. But our southwest. Speaking of Frontier again, we've got that departure. Nice long shot for that departure. So turn back to our American Eagle. It's been pushback tug's been disconnected, getting ready to go. We've got a couple of exec jets coming up. They're hard to see. Coming in to that back side there. Let's see what we've got coming up for us. Dang, we've got another one. Frontier 1742, that one arriving in about 20 minutes or so. But another Frontier Airlines coming up in just a few minutes. Frontier departure. Clark the Coral Reef Shark. Frontier 3351 off to Chicago O'Hare. A321 200 off to Chicago. So you can use several different things as far as flight path following goes. You can use flight aware, plane finder, flight radar. You can use any one of the things. Of course, ATC live doesn't work for RDU for some reason. That's why we stopped using that. I use it when we go to Charlotte and DC, but for RDU, for whatever reason, I can't ever get any luck with it. And of course we have that hooked to our cell phone too, so I don't know what the deal is with that, but it seems like it doesn't ever want to work for us lately. But yeah, I left the radio at home today in my rush to get out. Like I said, I had to go and pick something up before the show, so that threw me all off. And I ended up running out of the house, the battery and the camera gear. Forgot our radio. This one here, the one you're seeing on the way out, that's Republic Airways 4687. They're getting ready to head back to LaGuardia. Going to be the next departure here. Don't think there's anybody hiding out down there. Southwest on the roll on the other side, off to New Orleans, Southwest 3803. See if our Vancouver Is lit up yet. Both of the Alaskas in Seattle are lit up. The one that just arrived from here and the one getting ready to depart. The one getting ready to depart is taxiing now at about 11 knots. They're in SeaTac. Be a later flight, but it does look like we're going to have Air France and American coming in back to back this weekend. So they look like they're flying right close to each other. If you guys are following along on flight radar, they've been like that most of the day. Done a few hundred miles of each other, but almost right next to one another. Lufthansa, we're looking at 36 minutes left for their flight, so we'll see them shortly. That A330 from Frankfurt. Might have, well, no, that's what, 13 minutes apart. I was gonna say we might have the Copa and Aeromexico come up close together. Oh, we got another one on the move here. Public Airways 4755 off to Philadelphia. That one on the way out. Hey, Pip, good afternoon. To do a beach party edition. Yeah, I gotta find a beach where there's an airport. Too many of those. Yeah, so we got Air France, Aer Lingus, Iceland, Copa, Aeromexico, Air Canada. Who am I missing? The American from London at 777. So yeah, quite a few international flights. Not to count, you know, JetBlue and American, all the ones that go to San Juan, Breeze going to Punta Cana. So lots of international flights here for us. Yeah, the only problem with Myrtle Beach was the fact that there wasn't a whole lot going on. Me and Miss Carolina spent a lot of time out there while we were down there over Easter weekend. There's just not enough traffic to sustain a show. It was a lot less than what we got going on right now. Of course, the day's going to pick up as it goes on, right? Like, we know this, but down there, it didn't seem like it would pick up. It would never get to levels like it does here, of course. I do still have some videos and such from down there. Oops, as I fall behind the E175. Should see that other one here in just a moment. That one was off to LaGuardia, right? The other one's off to Philadelphia. Yes. Public Airways 4687 off to LaGuardia. Oh, the beach beach party here. Hey, there's plenty of dirt. It's not sand, but there's plenty of dirt out there we could use. Turn it into a interesting party. Yes, Little John. The Air France is daily, along with the American 777. It's daily. Iceland coming up to being daily starting, yes, Friday, I think. Was supposed to return back to the MAX, but it looks like they are bringing the LR tonight. And of course the XLR of Aer Lingus. Copa's bringing the max today. Aero Mexico, they're daily. I believe they're 7 days a week. They're bringing the E175 or E190, excuse me, all the way from Mexico City. About a 3-hour and some change flight. No 747s, unfortunately. 777s, A350 starting in June. Air France will go back to that. Lufthansa was flying the Dreamliner for a while, and then they went back to the A330. I wish they would have stayed with the Dreamliner, so we would have had a better chance of catching their 100-year livery. But unfortunately, they switched back to the A330 for whatever reason. So we have a huge variety of aircraft. Again, right now, Air France flying the 787. Starting next month, they go back to the A350. Of course, American's going to stay with the 777-200 from London. And so I don't know. Hopefully we'll get some more wide bodies eventually, but right now I just don't see it happening until the runway or the airport expansion is completed. Once that's done, then there's, always a possibility that we might be able to get some more heavy action, but you never know. They could surprise us. The problem is they have to fight over the gates at the end of the terminal here that you're looking at. So anything on the corner is, designated for the heavies because they can't fit anywhere else. And that's the only place we have customs. So you're pretty much stuck with what we have for now. But again, who's to say we can't get another airline like Copa or something small like that, possibly Volaris or somebody that flies something small in here. So Frederick, for the coming week, I should be back on Wednesday night. So we should be back out here Wednesday evening. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it won't be too hot and we can find a location. As you guys can see, if you guys are just joining us, we're up under the awning here today. That was the only location I had. The only other thing we had was a spot with a really big, one of the big concrete columns right in front of our face downstairs, and that would not have been good for any of us. And if we'd have been out in a normal spot, like out at the end of the parking garage like we normally are, chances are we would have been done by now, as warm as it is projected to be. According to the watch here, it says it's 87 degrees. So if we were out at the end of the parking garage down there, the equipment would have already overheated by now, I'm sure, being in the direct sunlight. So that's one of the problems we face, is fighting with the weather. Whether it's the rain or the extreme heat in the summertime, it's always difficult. That Delta out there. We've got a CRJ that's pushed back. You guys can probably hear that, of course. It's supposed to have, let's see. We've got Frontier coming up next. Frontier 1742 coming in from Houston. Cactus, the Coyote livery for that one. The weather here today is hot. Very, very warm this afternoon. 152 likes. Thank you all for smashing the like button. Continue to do so as we continue on here this afternoon. Got a couple of United Expresses heading out. That's not something we normally see. Double trouble out of the United Expresses. So a couple of them out. As a matter of fact, I don't really think we ever get more than 2 United Expresses. I don't think this is both of them for the day. possibility is, well, there. I bet one of these is headed off to Newark, New Jersey. The other one might be off to Houston or Washington, D.C. Are either one of them up on radar yet? No. But that Delta 737, Delta 2052, getting ready to head to Atlanta, Georgia. 737-900. It's still taxiing out at about 12 knots. So a couple of those E175s out there. Go straight. Just go straight. They really don't have it. You know, I just thought about it. They really don't have any markings to tell you where the exit is on this parking garage. So if you've never been here, I could see getting lost up here. Just like that young lady. She come this way, and she needed to be going that way to the exit. They need to have a few more signs for the exit. Frontier 1742 up next. See that one in a minute. Can't see it yet. Got that Delta CRJ. That's moved its way out. Somebody's got their APU running quite strongly. I think it's that United A319 down there. So we'll see the departure of that A319. Just a little bit. Got a Delta coming in from Atlanta. Again, this one coming in from Houston. So our Houston, Texas flight. And then, of course, we'll find out where the two United Expresses are off to. Like I said, it's a little odd to see two United Expresses at the same time. Just waiting on Frontier. I hear a helicopter out there somewhere. Might be flying this way. There's Frontier from Houston. Like the United Express is going to go before our Atlanta flight for Delta. I figured Delta was going to go first. Definitely looks like United Express up first. So one of these is off to Houston. I don't know if it's this one or the other one. They're not both up on flight radar. There's only one of them up currently. pretty long flight on an E175. But we also see the one of the Delta Connection CRJs flying from Houston or Austin, one of the two. Delta off to Atlanta because there's another Delta from Atlanta coming up in just a minute. Let's see. That one was the one off to Houston. It's showing up as United 6296. It's operated by Mesa Airlines, so Ash 6296 off to Houston. The other one is off to Newark, New Jersey. So I was right on where those two were headed. This one here, 737-9 off to Atlanta. Hopefully we'll see a 757 today from Atlanta. Just have to wait and see. Boy, what a traffic jam over here. Frontier trying to get in, one pushing back, United pushing back. Got the A319 right there. Very welcome, David. Thank you so much for shining that light the other night. I'm glad I was able to stick around and get that shine the light moment for you. I wasn't sure with the wind direction change the other night that we'd be able to actually get you or not, but fortunately we were able to. All right, so our United off to Newark, New Jersey. By the way, we're less than 50 subscribers away from 11,000 today. So if you guys are new, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. Let's get us to 11K this afternoon. Lots and lots of new subscribers. We were 11. Thursday night we were 11 shy of 100 subscribers to the show alone last Thursday. So thank you all for subscribing to the channel. Thank you all for returning and watching the show. Should be a nice long action-packed afternoon here. Starting off a little bit slow. Again, we started about an hour earlier than normal here today, so we'll see. Things that should pick up. Let's check on that Lufthansa while we have a moment. So we've got a couple more arrivals. Lufthansa now into North Carolina. So you're looking at about 15 minutes here for the A350, or A330, excuse me. So we started today's show with 52, I think. 952. We're already up. We're up to 970 already on the day. So thank you all for subscribing to the channel. Make sure you guys say hello. Miss Carolina gifting out one Carolina Aviation membership. That one going out to Mary. Thank you so much to, of course, our Miss Carolina. Here's our recipient of that membership. Ricky, good afternoon down there in Charleston. I'm sure the weather's even warmer for you down there. Again, weather temps today supposed to be about 92 degrees. So we're hiding from the sun a little bit, down to one runway operations here for us. I mean, we'll still try to get as many of them coming in over there as possible, but we'll see how that goes as far as later on goes. I've seen a couple arrivals over there. Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, it is. Supposed to pick up later this afternoon. Like I said, I started about an hour earlier than I normally do. I'm trying to give you guys a nice long show, but normally we don't start till 1 o'clock. So we decided to start at noon instead. And now I remember, it's been a while since we've started at noon, and now I remember why we don't. Because that noon hour is quite slow. But we do have all the international action today. Not going to miss any of them today. Everybody's already on their way, other than the Air Canada A220 from Vancouver and Iceland. Iceland should be getting ready to go here before we know it. Is that Frontier? United's already made its way around the corner of that A319. We've got an A321 up for departure now for American Airlines, I believe. We haven't talked about Charlotte yet. We thought we talked about Charlotte, but it wasn't. It was from DFW, so maybe this one's our first A321 Charlotte departure. Find out here after it departs. Long departure shot for our A321. Got an arrival coming up. All right, let's snag some info here as I fall over backwards. Trip and fall. That would make a nice comedy reel, wouldn't it? Your host falling on his butt. American Airlines 2634. That one off to Dallas Fort Worth. Next arrival, that's Delta 2026. Coming in from Atlanta. (737) 900. Brian Lloyd, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Happy Sunday. Make sure you all smash the like button. And of course, if your internet allows, make sure you all are watching in 4K as we continue to bring you guys 4K shows. Oh, we had another Frontier sneak out on us. So Frontier and United will be our next two departures. So about 56 minutes worth of flight time for the Delta 737. Coming from Atlanta, Delta 2026. So there goes the duo out. A little Frontier and a little United. Endeavor 5017 off to LaGuardia. That was that CRJ that departed just before our American A321. Speaking of Delta, we've got, here it is, Endeavor 4921. This one coming in from Austin. Now this one is the CRJ 900LR. Now they're flying 2 hours and 15 minutes on a CRJ. So definitely, I don't know that I would want to be, I don't know. I've never flown on a CRJ. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to. Pincy Plains, good afternoon. Good afternoon to Scott. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to fly on an E175 and a CRJ, just so I can give you guys a little insight on that. I've only ever flown on the Airbuses and the Boeing 737s. Flown on an A320 and an A321. Both of those were nice. I definitely enjoyed my flight on the 737-900 the other night. Not a bad flight at all. Nice and smooth. Little turbulence on the way in, but other than that, a very smooth flight. My biggest goal, though, is to be able to fly on an A220 for you guys, right? I was supposed to back in February, but we didn't. We ended up doing those that week of shows from here, as opposed to taking our little vacation that we had planned. I am signed up for a couple more classes for work, so hopefully I'll be able to fly out again soon. Probably won't fly out again before August, I wouldn't think, but we'll see. 14 likes from 200. Again, make sure y'all smash the like button. Thank you all, as always. Really don't have any news for you guys as far as concerning the channel, other than the fact that we might roll over 11,000 subscribers today. Everything is rolling as it should. Should be here on Wednesday as per usual, unless it gets too hot, we don't make it. Again, we have all of our international flights today. Let's see. Frontier looks like it might be the first one up down there, possibly. Frontier 2225, that one's headed off to Denver. That A320-200 off to Denver, Colorado. The United was just up and they went away. So we'll see. We've got Breeze coming, and we also have that Delta from Austin. Lufthansa, you're looking at 9 minutes for the A330. Alex says, thank you so much for all you do. I enjoy watching your channel. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, Alex. Greatly appreciate that. Glad you guys enjoy the shows. I do. I'm glad that I'm able to come out here and do all the things for you guys and bring you all the shows. Sometimes we have shows that are absolutely epic, and other times we don't, like last Sunday. Although, to be fair, last Sunday was technically a first for us, trying to do that from the cell phone and all the things. You get a cell phone that starts overheating, it starts acting up, the service drops. It just, too many people, too much heat, it was hot. Maybe I should have tried it on Saturday instead of on Sunday, because it was a little bit cloudier on Saturday. But we're going to try again in Oceana. We'll try to do something for Oceana. There in Virginia Beach. It's our next up-and-coming air show. So Frontier off to Denver. Next weekend, though, is Memorial Day weekend. I'm sure everybody's got some great plans done up for Memorial Day weekend. Coca-Cola 600's next Sunday at Charlotte. If you guys are race fans, you guys already know that. The Indianapolis 500, the biggest day in racing next Sunday. Does that mean we'll be on the air next Sunday? I don't know. Maybe. I don't like to be on when there's like major sporting events on, especially like the Super Bowl. I know how many people love to watch, like, say, the Super Bowl and other football games. We always have issues at football season. But no, we should be on here next week. But it'd be a nice week. Unfortunately, I do work Saturday, and of course I work Monday. We don't get Memorial Day weekend off, or Memorial Day Monday off. Of course, 4th of July won't be a 3-day weekend this year like it was last year, so no DC for 4th of July. Especially if we want to stick around here and check out the fireworks Saturday night. Oh, will we get Moxie? doubtful. Air show in Harrisburg. I was looking at some of the other some other air shows around the area. They were all about 5 to 7 hours out. I think next weekend, has one at Ocean City, Maryland, the Thunderbirds. But that's like 5.5 hours from here. And again, I have to work next Saturday. I did try to take next Saturday off. I tried to switch, but they shot down our switch. Everybody else, it's like a bunch of people switching for that Saturday. And I had somebody lined up and ready to work for me, but unfortunately, that didn't work out. So it is what it is. It's going to be a nice, relaxing weekend, hopefully. If it's slow enough, I might leave early that Saturday. Go home and relax. Enjoy my Saturday. All right, Endeavor 4921 coming in from Austin, Texas to Delta Connection, flying 2 hours and 23 minutes from Austin, Texas. It's a long flight on a CRJ. Have any of you guys ever flown that long on a CRJ? Some people say a CRJ is not that bad. I don't know. I honestly don't. Never flown on a CRJ or the E175. Hey, we made it to 200 likes. Thank you all for that. You know, I think about, my flight home Thursday night. Now, again, Monday when I flew out, I told you guys this already, was in Delta Comfort Classic or whatever it's called, the business-esque seats, the wider ones. On the way home, I was in the back of the plane, regular economy, and that wasn't too terribly tight, but I can only imagine what it's like on a CRJ or something if you are in one of the double rows. Yeah, so I was looking, like I said, looking at Ocean City, and I don't think Miss Carolina would go if I decided to go to Ocean City. Because you go through Norfolk, and then you go into the long tunnels under the bays and all the things there. So Miss Carolina is definitely not going to do that. Delta 2521 from Minneapolis is going to be our next arrival. It's going to be an A220. Just talking about how much I'd like to be on an A220 at some point. I'd like to do it with Breeze Airways. So we have that one, and then right behind that, number 2 in line is Lufthansa at A330. So our A220 up next. Waiting on it to get our shot here. There it is. A couple of American Eagles on the way out too. Let's get some departures going here. Nice smooth touchdown for the A220. can't figure out what that noise is. I think it's the elevator or something making noise. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but I could hear it before we started the show. And I'm like, what is that noise? If you guys can't hear it, then I'm not too worried about it. But I was also thinking it might be the moving sidewalks downstairs too. So again, make sure you all smash the like button. Trying to get to 11K today. If you guys are new, feel free to subscribe. Say hello. Don't be afraid to say hello in the chat. Always enjoy seeing new faces. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you guys are watching in 4K. Again, broadcasting to you in 4K. Make sure you all enjoy this A330 arrival in 4K. That coming up right now. Enjoy. All right, we'll see that A330 make its way to the gate here in just a minute. Yeah, they didn't seem like they were fighting it just a little bit upon arrival. There we've got one of our 2 American Eagles off. We'll see that Lufthansa come around the corner to the gate. We'll be focused on it once again in just a moment. A330 straight from Frankfurt. 8 hours and some change. All the way from Frankfurt, Germany. I was in there Monday evening as they boarded this A330. Man, there was a lot more people in there than I thought there was going to be. I went down to eat at, I can't even think of the name of the place there, the burger place there before you get to the end of the terminal. And I think it's Bobby's or Bob's or something. Anyway, so I sat there and was sitting there eating, and a ton of people waiting to board this A330 last week. So Lufthansa into the gate. Later, this gate will be occupied by that 787 Dreamliner of Air France. So our first international flight of the day. Got a couple of arrivals. Our first one from Charlotte, arriving in 8 minutes. They're downwind. I feel like that's going to be a little bit less than 8 minutes out. But our next arrival is going to be Frontier 2178 from Fort Lauderdale, an A321. Hamburg, the California Condor, coming up next. And again, make sure you all, if you guys are members, feel free to spam the chat with your favorite airline here this afternoon, of course, with those emojis. Wednesday night, I was able to put in the Alaska tail emoji for you all. So now we have everybody here other than like Sun Country. Which we know we won't see too much more of, if any more of. The simple fact of that merger looks like that merger might actually go through between Allegiant and Sun Country. So we'll see. Does that mean we'll get Allegiant here? I don't know. Yeah, so we got all of our emojis in place. I think I don't even know how many channel members away we are from getting a new emoji, but we'll probably put the control tower back in place. Since we have all of the airlines now. So Frontier from Fort Lauderdale up next. Oh, this pole here is in my way. There we go. Finally. Again, apologies about the pole if you guys are just tuning in. I had to get somewhere where I could have some cover. So we're underneath the canopy. this afternoon. Hopefully it will prolong any issues. Jim from Stanley. Good afternoon. So again, that's number 1 of our international arrivals there with Lufthansa. Air France, Copa, and Aeromexico all coming up here later this afternoon. Along with American, Aer Lingus, and Icelandair. Icelandair will end out the day. That is our official ending plane of the day, Icelandair's arrival. As long as something doesn't happen between now and then, if we have any sort of equipment issues given the heat. But hopefully not. But I have to check to see how many more members we need. The other day when I checked, we needed 17, and I lost count on how many members we've gained. So I did miss out on that. Don't know how many we have left before we can have that emoji. I think we're up to like 22 emojis now, something like that. I wonder how many you're actually allowed. Like, if you get all the members and all the things, and I wonder how many emojis you're actually allowed to have. I would say probably 30, where it would stop. Ooh, that'd be nice if that was Captain Paid flying in today. We'll have to keep an eye on his channel here over the course of the next couple of weeks. That Charlotte flight is pretty close to our Lufthansa. No, this is our Charlotte flight. Man, I'm so confused. Sorry. Frontier landed already. My brain's lagging. Our first flight from Charlotte, the A321. My brain lagging just a little bit today. A little bit. Yeah, I think the feels like today is supposed to be 96. Currently 91 degrees. Again, going to be a nice hot day. Right now I got a nice cool breeze blowing behind me, so I'm not too worried about it. Hopefully that cool breeze will continue to blow. Gonna have to pull out the cooler before too long. Pull out the cooler, grab some cold drinks. Be all kinds of nice and hydrated. Today I walked out of the house without a drink. Completely forgot. Like I said, I was in a hurry. Forgot the radio, forgot something to drink. Luckily, I had time to stop at Sheetz right around the corner here and grab a couple of drinks. A little snackage. Got my normal, my peanuts. Had some chips earlier before I started the show. That wind, that breeze blowing from over here feels quite nice right now, actually. Starting to sweat just a little. All right. Got an American Eagle E-175 ready to go as the Frontiers try to figure their stuff out. have to be the one on D20 right there that has to move, unless they're waiting on a gate on the opposite side over there. Yeah, it is D20. D20, they've started pulling back the jet bridge there. This one, Envoy 4048, that one off to DCA. Speaking of DCA, oh no, this one's coming from Philadelphia. We've got PSA Airlines coming up next. CRJ 900LR coming in from Philadelphia. Going to be our next arrival. So we'll see how long it takes them to get, I don't feel like that one was here very long either. Our Black Bear. Next arrival's a few minutes out. Can give you a little bit of an update though while we're waiting. Let's find out where our next international flight is. Copa 466, now 28 minutes for that 737 MAX 9. They've been in the air for 3 hours 40 minutes. I thought Aeromexico was going to beat them here. Hey, we're going to see a 757 later. Delta 1550 coming in from Atlanta. They're on the ground getting ready to head out. Ah, there's Aeromexico. Aeromexico is in front of Copa. So 15 minutes for Aeromexico. 3 hours, 7 minutes of flight time for them. So we'll see them in just a few minutes. We should have a Air Canada somewhere around in there. No, surprisingly not. Looking at our heavies racing in, they're coming in. Looks like they're almost over Maine, possibly. 2 hours and 1 minute for Air France. And 2 hours, 9 minutes for the American 777 from London. So two heavies going to come in right back to back. C-130. Maybe our C-130 from the other day left finally. They went out over the mountains. Looks like they went to Knoxville or something. Gonna get quite busy here with the arrivals in just a few minutes. There's quite a few. So we'll get PSA in here in just a minute. Matter of fact, right now it looks like PSA Airlines from Philadelphia. So we continue to wait on Frontier to finish up what they're up to. Here comes that PSA. An hour and 6 minutes, I think. 52 minutes, excuse me. Yes, all of our international flights will be here today, so we do have that American from London. So both of those, they're about 5 minutes apart. Air France and London. Halfway to 300 likes. A little over halfway. Yes. Mine still says 70, sorry. Trying to reach 500 likes today, by the way. So if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. I'll refresh this here in just a second. Let's see how many likes we actually have and see how many we can get before the arrival of Aeromexico. Again, Aeromexico coming up in about 9 minutes or so. Give you guys our first like challenge of the day. I wish it would roll like it's supposed to. Some days it does, some days it doesn't. 268 likes. So, let's check on that Aeromexico really quick. We've got 12 minutes for Aeromexico. Can we hit 300 likes before the arrival of Aeromexico? Looks like we only have 27 left to go. 28 left to go. Yes, well over 700 likes for Thursday night's show. Matter of fact, I'll tell you exactly how many we had for Thursday night's show. 734 likes. 7,700 views on that show. So thank you all for tuning in on Thursday. Phenomenal work. Again, a huge thank you to you all. Seven subscribers away from reaching 11,000. So if there's 7 folks in here who haven't subscribed to the channel, please feel free to do so. Again, we're looking at about 7 left. Hey, we're only 21 away from reaching 300 before Aeromexico. So like, challenge, engage. Thank you all. I love the engagement you guys throw into the likes. Makes the shows fun for me, seeing all the numbers change. But again, like I said, now 6 subscribers away from 11. We're flying through subscribers lately. So just a huge thank you to everybody for liking and subscribing to the channel. Again, if you guys are new here, thank you all for tuning in. Feel free to say hello in the chat, of course. No need to be too shy. We'll all say hello. Three subs away. 13 likes away. Man, I'm watching 2 different things here. I have to refresh the one on the phone though, every so often. To me, this makes the show fun. Hopefully it does for you guys as well. And a reminder, we still have that computer fund going on the PayPal down in the description below. If you guys feel free to donate over there. Miss Caroline is doing stuff today, so she won't be able to alert me when you guys leave PayPal donations. Normally she posts the link to that. You can also check out the link to our merch and stuff there in the links in the description. Thank you all, by the way. 11,100 or 1. So another milestone crossed with you all today. Got some pretty good views out of that short that I made the other day of the A300 coming in. So now we're 3 likes away from 300. Again, we're waiting on Aeromexico. I think we're going to blow that out of the water. Aeromexico's still 8 minutes. Can we get to 310 by the time Aeromexico gets here? Because you guys are on top of this. Finally, our pushback of Frontier. Again, a bit of a slow start today, looks like. So we're sitting at 297 currently. Yeah, Miss Carolina's got a lot of work to do today. She's pretty busy. one of the children is headed off to a birthday thing. I don't know if it's a birthday party or what it is, but I'm sure Miss Carolina will be watching in the background. But thank you all again for the subscriptions. Still 3 likes away from 300. So this one here, this is going to be an A321 for Frontier. Like I stated a minute ago, we're going to get busy. We've got Endeavor 4992, a CRJ 900LR, coming in from LaGuardia. That's going to be our first arrival in this long line of arrivals. So things about to pick up for us here this afternoon. And thank you all for the congratulations. My goodness. It sounded like she hit something. Thank you, Lisa, for the kind words. Again, Thursday night, I have to thank you all for that. Thursday night was absolutely spectacular. Lots and lots of new friends. 11 shy of 100 on Thursday. Weird Thursday night show. Who'd have thought? Wednesday night, pretty close to the same. I think we had like close to, I don't know, 80? No, 50 something, 80 something. Anywhere from 50 to 80 subscribers on Wednesday night, which was unheard of. We don't normally do that on Wednesday nights either. Wednesday weeknights are usually our slow days for accomplishments. Next up, got our next arrival here. Who do we have? Got United 2616. This one coming in from Chicago O'Hare, an A319. An hour and 32 minutes from Chicago. Mike, good afternoon. Thank you for joining the channel. So, sorry, just looking for this A321, trying to get to the gate. Planes all over the place. Next arrival, Endeavor 5028, coming in from JFK. An hour and 8 minutes. We've got a breeze on the right, on the left, over here, right, my side, left, the airport. Coming in from Manchester, Moxie 745. That one, an hour and 37 minutes of flight time. We won't see that one. We're going to focus on the CRJ, just because it is so hard to focus to the backside over there at the moment. So we wait on our other A321 to get ready for departure. Thank you. Randy S., good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for getting us to... Now we're at 298 likes. Who's playing around? Somebody wants... I get it. Somebody wants to be that 300 like when Aero Mexico gets here. We lost 2 likes. Our like goal for the day is 500 likes. hopefully we'll reach that light goal. So sitting steady at 298 lights. Next arrival is going to be JetBlue 2283 from Boston, Mass. This one's going to be another painted nice one. Is it going to be the orange one like the one we already have, or is it going to be... Oh, it's an A220, so it won't be either one. So the A320s and A321s have orange winglets or the purple winglets, whatever you want to call it. Fuchsia. So this A220 traveling 1 hour and 29 minutes from Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah, 500 by 3 o'clock would be amazing, but I doubt we'll get that high. If we got that high, our viewer numbers would be well over expectations. Because remember, the more you guys smash the like button and the faster you guys smash the like button and keep the chat rolling quickly, the more viewers YouTube's going to push our way. So, and again, we did just roll over 11,000 subscribers. Man, I can't talk today. So again, those likes really do make a difference. The chat also makes quite the difference. Now the question is, though, will we make it to 11,100 subscribers today? If we made it to 11,100 subscribers, that'd be 148 subscribers today. And if we could do that every single day of the show, your host could maybe quit his day job. This one does have the purple winglets. I forgot the A220s do. They don't have the orange ones, I don't think. But the A220, the blue, white, and purple. You know what we haven't had yet today? A marshalling shot. Let's give you guys a marshalling shot, shall we? While we wait on our next arrival, I believe that's going to be Republic Airways 3478. That's going to be a United Express coming in from Newark, New Jersey. We'll get to that one here in just a moment. Ah, that's going to focus on the light pole. Where is it going? Oh, nobody's going to marshal him in here? All right. We'll try to get you guys the marshalling shot here in a second. Let's go to our arrival. Oh, so the A220s do have the orange winglets. Oh, interesting. So, Mike, we started today at noon. Normally we start at 1 o'clock. But we started the day at 12 today. We're going to go until the arrival of Iceland Air tonight, around 7:30-ish. Probably in the show closer to 8 o'clock. Depends on how things look as far as if anybody wants to stay for a sunset this evening or not. Sunset around 8:05, 8:10. But the last scheduled arrival for us, official last plane of the show, will be that Iceland from Reykjavik. Got anybody going to marshal the CRJ? What do we got going on here? Next arrival, Aeromexico. SLI 430, Aeromexico from Mexico City. This E190. Traveling, let's see, 3 hours and 25 minutes. Copa 466 coming up in just a few minutes as well. So a couple more international arrivals. We've got one already on the day, that being the A330 of Lufthansa. So, again, Aeromexico, next arrival. Again, we have all the internationals today. Thank you guys so much for the congratulations on the 11K. Ramona with a $20 super chat. Again, if I've missed anybody's membership milestones, I do apologize. Ramona with that $20 super chat. Congratulations on 11K. Thank you so much, Ramona. Ramona will be up here next weekend, or at some point next week. She'll be headed off to DC after the fact. Unfortunately, though, like I said, I have work next Saturday. I almost forgot that next week was Memorial Day weekend, to be honest, because it's one of those holidays that I don't get off, unfortunately. Which I'm really surprised that we don't, if I'm honest. But if it's slow enough Saturday, my butt is leaving early. Maybe not by a lot, but I am going to try to leave early. So we'll give you the info on Frontier here in just a moment. Oh, there we go, it moved. Flight radar really drives me nuts. Frontier 1669, Carmen the Black Bear livery off to Atlanta, Georgia. About a 56-minute flight to the ATL. We might still get this marshalling shot in anyway. So there's nobody there to marshal that CRJ. Late rotation there for the A321. Got another one coming in. Wing walkers are out here. These guys are like, it's too hot to marshal this plane in. There's plenty of guys, plenty of folks down there. Matt Gore, good afternoon. Again, if I missed anybody's membership milestones, let me know in the next message below it. I'll go back and look. Again, the software that we use, I can't see when you guys leave the membership milestones. The only reason I know about super chats and such is where it leaves the dollar amount in the lower right-hand corner. Used to, they were highlighted and I could see them, but here of late, changed. Oh, there we go. I was wondering if we were done with the breeze for the day. Need that. Getting a bit toasty out here. 274 folks watching. All right, do we want to do, how many likes do we got? 325, 323. Where is Copa? Oh, man. Boy, it's busy. It's really, really busy. Copa is downwind, but they're downwind for 2-3 left. So they're going to come in 2-3 left. There we go. Finally getting the marshal out there. All right, we're going to try to do our best to see Copa. We've got American Airlines 3113 from Charlotte. Our next arrival, though, is going to be United 1357 from Washington, D.C. As soon as we get this one marshaled in here. So again, make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't. Again, that brings that viewer number up. All right, he made it in. United up next. 737. Seven 700 looks like. Oh no. Dang, I'm not safe under here either, I guess. Gonna see some pretty colors of death here for a minute. Give it a minute. Nothing I can do. Stupid thing. Hold on. I guess it got warm enough. The camera's not happy. It's gonna shut off. Come on. Thank you. I didn't think it was gonna be. I mean, it's warm and we're in the shade, so that should tell you guys right there how warm it actually is out here, given the fact that our camera in the shade just shut off. So try to get some air moving into that SD card spot there. Don't want to have to make any changes. Opening all the doors and such will help. It is hot, not gonna lie. Really, really toasty out here. All right. Next arrival, American 3193 from Charlotte. Gonna be an A321. Yeah, I would love to blow AC from my car, but there's a problem. My exhaust pipes are right in the dead center of my car, and they get really, really hot. I have burnt my shins on those hot exhaust pipes. So yeah, running this car is not an option. Maybe if I had the NX, I could do that. As a matter of fact, one of these days I want to try that. I want to see if I can bring the NX and be able to run the AC. I want to know how long it'll last. Because it won't run the motor. The only thing that'll be running in my NX will be the air conditioning system. Ah, I did it again. See, it's too hot out here. But also, that won't help the camera either. The camera's way too far away from the AC. Well, let's do something I didn't want to do. I think this messes with the, what you call it, though. I actually don't think it does anything. Hold on. Oh, it didn't even change. What are you doing? Sometimes when I put this in 1080-60, yeah, there it is. It puts a line across the screen. I don't know why it does that crap. Something off about the camera. So the camera's under the cover. You can see right here above. So you got the camera here. Just beyond the camera, we're under a cover. I've got a long cover over top of us. So we're in the shade, but it just is. It's outrageously hot today. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna have to put the thing on the computer too, because that's getting hot too. So this is our first really, really hot day that we've had, other than that one day in Charlotte. But hopefully the quality doesn't get too degraded here being in 1080. Yeah, so the camera will overheat. If there's not enough of a breeze blowing, our camera tends to overheat. That's one of the big issues we have, unfortunately. But I turned down some settings on the camera. Hopefully that'll keep it from doing that. But that just goes to show you guys how warm it is, even in the shade. I'm sweating. Camera's on fire. Computer's on fire. Just a hot, hot afternoon. All right, so Copa landing a moment ago. Landing the other side. Question is where will they go? Will they come down the hill here, or will they come down the hill over here? They've already gone off flight radar, so I have absolutely no idea. But this is what I was saying. I need one of those DeWalt fans to blow air up from the floor up to the camera, maybe, to try and keep things cool. But you can't put any kind of fan on the camera, because then it causes like all kinds of vibrations, and you guys will be like, why is your thing vibrating so weird like that? So if you put any kind of fan on it, it makes it almost impossible. We've thought about this. It would have to be a perfectly well-balanced fan. I need to sit down and design a couple things for my 3D printer from my 3D printer to print a shade for this, just in case we're out in the sunlight. But as you guys can see, even being in the shade as deep as we are, we run into this issue. A neck cooler, that might work. I have one of those ones that go around your neck. I just can't figure out how to put it on here to make it work, if that makes sense. Here's Copa, the Max, coming down the hill, taking the scenic route of RDU. That Max 9. I don't think immigration came out there to it. But that plane, that UAE presidential flight left, I would assume yesterday or sometime Friday. I didn't see anything about it. Nobody posted anything about it. It's a departure. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Here we go. A little JetBlue pushback action here. So our CPUs come down a little bit. So the most important thing to watch on the computer is the CPU. If the CPU spikes at really, really high amounts, then we know we've got to put the big fan on it. Now I've got a fan bigger than the computer itself that sits behind it and pulls air from it. So we won't see Copa again, but we do have this American Eagle coming around the front side here. JetBlue gets ready for their departure. So again, this one will be towed into the gate. So So we are well over halfway to our like goal for the day. So thank you again for the like challenges. Probably throw up another like challenge here as the day goes on. And hey, there's Scott, the creator of our emojis. John, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. As you guys can hear, if you guys are just joining us, it's a very hot afternoon here at RDU. Got some camera issues and things, overheating, but no big deal. Got all that under control. Turned some things down just a little bit to make sure that we don't overheat things any more than we already have. So Lufthansa's already landed, as you guys can see. Let's check on, let's see, who do we have left? Still got 5 left. 5 international flights left for the day. Maybe. I actually don't think we're going to get that one from Vancouver. They would have left already by now. They were here yesterday. So, the ones coming from Europe, Air France, we're looking at an hour and 23 minutes for that Dreamliner. Followed by the American 777 at an hour and 32 minutes. So they'll come in close together. Iceland and Aer Lingus. Aer Lingus 4 hours 52 minutes out. Iceland 4 hours 50 minutes out. So there you go. 4 hours and 50 minutes out. Hey, it's still broadcasting in 4K. The camera, however, is not in 4K at the moment. It's only in 1080. Shouldn't make any difference, to be honest. You'd never know the difference. So you're looking, like I said, we're looking at 4 hours, 52 minutes left in our day of plane spotting. Just like I said, Iceland or Aer Lingus, whichever one decides to get here first, will be our last 2 arrivals of the day. We've got Alaska Airlines from San Diego. We've got Alaska Airlines from Seattle, all to come up later in the afternoon. As of right now, we've got Frontier 2730 coming up from Tampa. That's going to be our next arrival. That one, you're looking at about 7 minutes for that one. Also, as you can see, we've got a couple of American Eagles to make their way to the gates here. As JetBlue's finally getting a move on from the other side. JetBlue. Dang, we're 4 likes away from 350 already. 2 hours and 15 minutes into the show. We're what, halfway, almost halfway to Wednesday night, Thursday night's likes. If we could hit 700 likes again today, that'd be great. That would be a stellar Sunday. Looks like we got a Frontier getting ready to push back too. Now again, we've got the 2 American Eagles to be towed in. Got about 5 minutes left for that arrival of Frontier. Yeah, so, oh, that's the other thing, the drop-off line. Holy cow. So the drop-off line down there, backed up all the way around the corner, as you can see. drop off a complete mess. Oh, and they got a couple of buses coming around the corner, a couple of coaches coming around the corner there at the bottom of your screen. Airport is getting busy. I should get to work early. Yeah, it's busy down there already. So, Eris is saying, if we get 500 by 1500, wow. So we got 29 minutes to get 150 likes. Whether that'll happen or not, I doubt it. I don't know that I've ever seen us get 150 likes in a half hour. We've been really, really close. Actually, you know what? I take that back. We did. We did that in Charlotte for the Etihad special. I think we got 150 likes in the first half hour of the show, which was quite epic. It's the highest and quickest amount of likes we've ever gotten, like I said, in such a quick amount of time. So JetBlue is on the way out, as you guys can see. Of course, we'll have that other Frontier in just a minute, getting ready to go out as well. Speaking of Frontier, it's going to be a Frontier kind of Sunday, it seems like. It seems like some Sundays we talk about Frontier, some Sundays we don't talk about Frontier. But we've got Frontier 2730 turning on to final. Parrish and Daisy, the burrowing owls. Now, these two, I flew from MCO. Just the tip. When are we doing a beach show at RDU? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I know, maybe sometime this summer I'll have to come out here in, like, you know, a beachy tank top and some swim trunks or something. Maybe I don't know. Maybe have a nice fruity drink. Have me another pineapple mojito or something. That'd be nice. Non-alcoholic, of course. Oh, that's right. You came in from LA yesterday. How was LA? Was it nice? Hopefully you had a good time. I know you sent me a message saying you were going out to see the whales the other day. Our buddy Scott's out in LA last week. Oh my goodness. Whoops. All right, so JetBlue out at the end of the runway. That's headed off to JFK. JetBlue 2486 getting ready to head back to JFK. Now, there we go. See, this is where I was confused. If you look at that one on Flight Radar, it's still showing the old livery, the old white livery. Oh, you didn't get the trading card? What? Oh, by the way, I don't know if I told you guys. I guess I told you maybe Wednesday. I did get my trading card from Delta. It was an A220 trading card. I didn't get one on the way down, so we were all in too big of a hurry to get off the airplane. And the pilot wasn't standing at the door. There goes JetBlue back to JFK. There's Frontier on the way out. Quite the quick turnaround for Frontier. We've got that other one coming in right now. have to go again. Yeah. Oh man. Oh shucks. So I'll just have to do it again. You know. I know. Just like I'll have to fly Delta again to triple up on trading cards. But in all seriousness, though, Delta, that flight was nice. Not gonna lie. I didn't expect anything less. I got the Wi-Fi on board. I got all that to work. All of it was free, so. I can only imagine how much that flight was, though, to be honest. Don't know if we're going to have one from New Haven today. We did see that one on Thursday, the Avello from New Haven. What all are we laying out here? What is all that stuff? What is your deal today? Focus. So we're sitting at 379 likes, or 370 likes right now. We've got about 20 minutes left in the hour. Our next arrival looks like it's going to be Delta 2283 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. That's going to be an A319, Delta 2283. Got United arriving in a few minutes. That's about 9 minutes, 737 MAX 9 this afternoon. So we are starting to get all of our bigger stuff. Guess what? Arriving in just 18 minutes. Anybody want to take a guess on what's arriving in 18 minutes? I'll let you guys guess on the next arrival in 18 minutes. One that I'm pretty excited about, of course. And it is not an international, by the way. I don't know that we're going to get a Marshall shot for this Frontier or not. Can you guys see him? I can't see him on my small screen there. Where's he at? No, it doesn't look like it, does it? It's a Frontier waiting to go to the gate. Nope. It's a particular kind of aircraft. Let's put it that way. Again, about 14 minutes for this plane. I wish it was Ward the Beaver. We haven't seen Ward in quite a while. Talking about the American 777. So Air France is right in front of them. They're passing Boston now. The Air France is actually in between Boston and New York. An hour and 5 minutes for Air France. American is just over Boston. An hour and 13 minutes for that 777. There we go. Knew somebody would get it. 757 from Atlanta, Georgia. Now in 14 minutes. At last departure, Frontier 1785 off to the House of Mouse down to Orlando. So we got the 757 arriving in 14 minutes. I don't know if we have a 717 today or not. I haven't seen our Detroit flight yet. Take a look. Nope. We do have an Air Canada coming though. Jazz 836. That will be here in an hour and 4 minutes. So we got Delta 2283 coming up for us in just a minute. Breeze is coming in over on that side. So we'll see how that one goes. Tara, good evening. Or good afternoon, I should say. Afternoon. I'm used to being out here at night lately. There we go, finally. Daisy and Parrish to the gate. Again, if you guys missed me saying that a minute ago, I flew Daisy and Parrish home from Orlando about a year and a half ago now. So good to see Daisy and Parrish, the burrowing owls. Got that Delta 2283 up next on final. What was, I can't remember the owl that I flew out on, but I flew a set of owls. Oh my goodness. Miss Carolina's hilarious. All right, so we did roll over today, 11,000. We're up to 11,015. If you guys are new, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Also, as always, we're broadcasting to you all in 4K. If your internet allows that, please. Works in days. Nice. Hopefully they do. He does make it up here to bring me a trading card. That would be awesome. Again, enjoy our Delta cruise. I had a really good time on Delta. Not a big deal. We do have a 717, but it's sporadic. It usually comes from Detroit. In the wintertime, we see it more often. I don't see it today. That doesn't mean anything. It may come in later, but we do get a 717 in every now and then from Detroit, Michigan. We also see that 757, but we didn't see it in the winter. We did see it. We were here for its first flight back after the wintertime season, so they We'll see if they bring back 2 757s this year. Most of the time in the summertime, we see a pair of 757s making that trip back and forth between here and ATL. But unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to fly on the 757. It was the 737s for me a week or two ago. Got the pushback of a CRJ down here below us. And still the drop-off line is packed full, so that's a good sign. The drop-off line, ooh, as I almost fall over again. The drop-off line being full, that's a good sign for later. We'll get a lot of good outbound departures. Again, a lot more to come. Still looking at about 4.5 hours left in the day of plane spotting. So if we could get to 11,052, we would hit 100 new subscribers today alone. So keep the subscriber count going. And we'll see. Hopefully we can get at least 100 subscribers today. We were 11 shy on Thursday from reaching 100. So they used to do the 767, or the 767 for Paris, and then I remember one holiday season they did the 767 back and forth from Atlanta for a few weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas. We saw the 767 a couple of weeks ago, and I don't remember why. We didn't see it on the show, but everybody on the Facebook group was talking about that 767 coming in, but unfortunately we missed it. I was not available. Here comes our SFO flight, United 1205. This flight, 4 hours, 40 minutes of flight time. The 737 MAX 9. We're almost at 400 likes already, 392 likes. Definitely think we'll reach 400 by the top of the hour. Perfect. Just pop in the chat when you get here, and we'll catch you outside if you're getting dropped off. And again, remember, if you guys are channel members, feel free to use those emojis to spam the chat here. Your favorite airline, or of all the airlines. You see, still quite the line for drop-off. So a nice busy Sunday afternoon. A hot and busy afternoon. So our 757's coming up, 1 like away from 400. Next arrival, Republic Airways 4505. This one coming in from DCA. 40 minutes of flight time from DC. It's going to be an E175LR today, usual. Sometimes we see the PSA American Eagle from there. Today, that PSA operating the Philadelphia flight. All right, our 757 now 2 minutes away. It depends. If they're getting dropped off to work, maybe if they're driving into work, then definitely they'll be brought in by the bus, which I think is downstairs. I think all employees have to go in downstairs, if I remember correctly. They have their own security and everything downstairs. I had to do that when I did the tour of the tower. I went in that way. When I did the tour of the, what you call it, ramp tower. It's actually kind of cool to get in. A little behind the scenes sneak peek of everything that goes on. .403. Thank you all for getting us to 400 likes before the arrival of that 757, which is now #1 for arrival with the touchdown of the American Eagle. We've got 9 minutes left in the 3 o'clock hour here, or 2 o'clock hour. Been on the air for 2.5 hours. That's pretty good. 400 likes in 2.5 hours. Thank you all for that. So, like I said, the 757 up next. Going to be #1 for arrival. That Delta we saw arrive a minute ago, that A320 or A319's waiting for a gate, it looks like. They're stuck over here behind us. Giving me a little bit of a fit there. A service issue. Need to lean back there and see if we can fix that. All right, the 757 up next. Enjoy. 411 likes. Thank you all. Sorry about the internet there. Again, summertime we tend to have more issues than we do in the wintertime. It's A319 coming in from Chicago O'Hare for American Airlines. Figure out where that Delta was off to in just a moment. We saw the 757 a moment ago. We've got a Delta 737 on the way out. The A319 off to Boston. Delta 1033. We've got Endeavor 4911 out at the end of the runway, getting ready to head to Cincinnati. So our CRJ on the move to Cincinnati. Looks like our next arrival is going to be United 2269 coming in from Denver, 737-800. And again, we saw that 737 for Delta Airlines on the way out. I believe that one's getting ready to head back to Atlanta, possibly. Now, if you guys remember correctly, we've seen a lot of different flights from Delta with the 737, one from Boston as of late. Of course, that one returning to Boston just now was the A319, but during the week we've seen a 737-800 flying that flight, also one from Fort Lauderdale and MCO, if I'm not mistaken. So they've kind of ramped up capacity to certain airports that we're not used to seeing them ramp up capacity to. Let's see if this has any effect on what's going on. Sorry, I'm working on some stuff behind the scenes here. So apologies for the quietness at the moment. I put our computer fans underneath the internet hotspot. See if that will help. By the way, this is the highest temperature we've serviced or used the new internet in, by the way. So today is kind of a real test of the equipment. It is the hottest day of the year so far for us. So seeing what we need to do to keep equipment cool. Of course, we need to figure some covers out, but I don't know. I can't do too much without getting in trouble at the airport, and that's what I'm afraid of. They're gonna be like, oh, you can't have all this covering you up. What if it blows away? And blah 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 blah. So, and we don't want to disrupt the airport and get them all mad at us anyway. So just another minute or two here behind the scenes while I monitor this. Hopefully it'll work. But again, I don't know if that's running too hot. I don't know if there's a temperature rating on that or not. No clue. Again, next arrival, United Airlines 2269 from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours, 49 minutes. As of right now, 737-800. There goes our 737 for Delta. There's our Denver United. Got a $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation, Iris. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you everybody for supporting the channel today, becoming subscribers as well. And thank you for the gifted memberships, gifted earlier in the day. Show doesn't run without our members. Is for sure. Thank you all for the support. There you go. 2 hours, 50 minutes for the 737-8. Again, all the way from Denver, Colorado. There's our Delta A220, looks like. American Eagle getting ready to roll out as well. So there goes the A220 scampering off out to the end of 23 right. That last departure, that Delta 737 off to Atlanta. Delta 2026. Give you an update on our international heavies. Air France, you're looking at 42 minutes for that 787 Dreamliner. So that means here in just a little bit we should see the pushback of Lufthansa. American 173 Heavy from London Heathrow, 52 minutes out. Now they were a matter of about 4 minutes apart. Now it seems like they've kind of backed off one another. Now they're about 10 minutes apart. So still lots and lots of action left to go this afternoon. Again, we're going to be here for the arrival of Aer Lingus and the arrival of Iceland coming up later this evening. As long as the internet and all the equipment holds out and stays cool, we should be here for those arrivals. The hard part's when the sun's going to come down. When the sun starts to get lower in the sky, we start getting sun encroaching in on us, that's when we're really going to have the issues. A321 off to Charlotte. So let's see how close. We've got a Frontier pushing back already. The California Condor. You can see they've got quite a bit left to go here for Lufthansa. I didn't hear about that. Huh, interesting. Rotors with a New Zealand $5 super chat. It's for a good cause, and you had a 757 on the show. Good form. Thank you so much, Rotors. Greatly appreciate the support all the way in New Zealand. Thank you so much for watching the show. Again, a long way left to go in this afternoon show, and I'll give you an exact amount of time here in just a moment. So you're looking at 4 hours, 6 minutes for Iceland. Iceland will definitely, more than likely, come in after Aer Lingus. No, Aer Lingus, it says Aer Lingus is 4 hours, 10 minutes. So that's about how much time you've got left in the day of plane spotting for us, and 4 hours and 10 minutes. As long as we don't have any issues with any of the equipment and everything holds together today, we should have a full Sunday show. Unfortunately, last week we tried to give you guys a full Sunday show, but well, you guys saw what happened. Issues with the internet, or with our phone. There goes our A220. I think this A220 is back to New York. And of course, we have all of the international flights that have come. They're getting close to departure time. So in the next hour or so, we've got Copa 466, Aeromexico, Lufthansa, all getting ready for departure in the next hour or so. Actually, I think Aeromexico is going to leave closer to 5 p.m. So you're looking at about another 2 hours, possibly, for Aeromexico. So that Delta there. That one's off to Minneapolis. Delta 25 at 21 off to Minneapolis. That was an A220 300. I gotta close this app. I don't know why it keeps leaving planes behind. It's funny. All right. Do another check on subscriber count. We're up to 21. Again, we started the day with 10,952. We're up to 11,021. So if you guys are new, feel free to subscribe to the channel. I'd like to get to at least 52. 11,052 today. So if you guys are new, feel free to subscribe to the channel. That is a free way to help the show. As well as smashing that like button. We are, what, 70-ish? Almost 75 away from reaching our like goal of 500 today. So again, a huge thank you, everyone, for the likes and the subscriptions today. Hey! Guess what we got coming from Milwaukee? Air Charter Express, operated by Freight Runners Express. We've got a Saab 2000 coming in from Milwaukee. Miss Carolina gifting out another Carolina Aviation membership. That one going out to TJ Takes. TJ's Takes. Thank you so much to Miss Carolina. Again, she's doing stuff with the kiddos. Got some things going on today, so she's in and out of the chat. She survived she went to the mall and survived. If you guys aren't from the Triangle, you have no idea. There's been a string of bad occurrences at the mall here in the Triangle. So she texted me and was like, I went to the mall and survived. So So to get the tails, feel free to join the memberships. I think it's, I don't even remember the pricing now, $2.99, $1.99. I know if you have an Apple device, it is more expensive. If you want to get gifted a membership, which we don't have any control over, by the way, who gets those, make sure your membership gifting is turned on. Dang, I was gonna check to see if I'd gifted my memberships out at the beginning of the month. I think I did. I don't want to risk messing up my likes being able to roll. But again, if you guys feel free to join the memberships, again, you're able to receive all of those tail emojis, as well as early access to equipment that we may be replacing or things to that nature. I tend to do like technical shows for members only. We did our members only practice show for the Blue Angels last weekend, so that was a good show. You can also go back and watch that in 720. But if you are a member, you can watch it in 4K. So again, if you guys would like to join the memberships, please feel free to do so. The more members we have, the more emojis we're able to add. There's all of our emojis. If you guys are interested, we're gonna re-add the tower emoji as soon as we get back to where we can add another emoji. So those are all of the tail emojis you get with it. We've got a lot of members, a lot of folks that have been with us almost the entire time we've been on the air. Getting ready to roll up on 3 years here. So some people will start to see their member badges change a little after September. Big old dust devil over here. And again, if you guys are new to RDU, this is construction for the new runway. New construction or new runway coming soon, hopefully. I need a little bit of that wind over here. Mother Nature, can you send me a breeze or something? It's a bit toasty over here. There's probably actually something moving on the opposite side of that and we can't see it. Eagle, good afternoon. Again, if you guys are interested in more of the projects going on in and around the airport, you can head over to Google and type in the RDU 2040 project. That'll give you a full layout of that. They were talking about it on the news, as a matter of fact, the other day, talking about moving the road and all the things there on WRAL, the local news channel. Yeah, we're nowhere near being away from our drought. It's rained a little bit, but nowhere near enough. I have a feeling we're going to be in a drought for the remainder of the year. Hopefully, like I said, it doesn't stay hot like it is today. Today is the first real hot day that we've encountered. According to my computer right now, the METAR at the bottom of the screen says 93 degrees. My computer says it's 90. My computer is always a liar, though. But 93 degrees out here currently. Supposed to feel like 96, 97 today. And so we got this 737-700 rolling for United. It's going to rotate late, even though it is a 700. Really late, in fact. got an E175 on the move already. I'll give you the flight info for both of those as they both get out of here. Lufthansa again should be getting ready to roll here shortly. I'm gonna do my best to get you guys that Saab 2000. But again, that one about 3 minutes out. We've got a Delta in between that though. Last departure, Republic Airways 4491 off the JFK. The one before that, United 2463 off to Washington Dulles. Got Moxie 331 from Louisville, Kentucky, and A220 300 on final right now for runway 23 left. Let's head over there. This will be the view we have of the Saab 2000. Always a surprise to see the Saab. The Saab coming in from Milwaukee. RDUPD coming in hot. Got our PSA below him. Our PSA CRJ out for departure. Oh boy. I can honestly say now with no wind, I'm starting to cook. I need to get one of those fans that goes up the shirt. Anybody know what I'm talking about? You clip it on your belt loop and it blows wind up your shirt. I need one of those. Whew, my goodness. Next arrival, it's going to be Endeavor 5400 from Cincinnati, Ohio, CRJ 900LR, followed by that Saab 2000. Come on, I need a good breeze to blow through here. Burn it up. Come on, Mother Nature. The air is just... There we go. That's a little bit better. It is hot. Hot, hot, hot. Again, so I think today is the hottest day of the year so far for us, which I'm okay with. Like I said before, I hope that it does not get hot this summer, honestly. I'm hoping the temperatures will stay mild like they have all spring long. The spring has been absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, so it's funny, if you guys were watching the show Thursday night, you know that I was out here shivering my butt off Wednesday evening. because it was frigid. It was also really windy too. There's our Saab 2000. Yeah, a lot of horns because of the fact that the drop-off line is absolutely busy. So that means we're going to have a pretty busy afternoon later this evening. Again, going to be here for that Iceland and Aer Lingus arrival. Still about 4 hours out. As long as we don't have any issues or I don't, pass out from heat. I'm actually okay. I'm just a little sweaty. There's our Saab 2000. We see that one carrying sports charters a lot of times, like college basketball and such. Basketball, baseball, things like that every now and then. Oh, I didn't even see the wee-woos hit the terminal over there. So fire truck sitting over there. All right, next arrival, American 2642 coming in from Charlotte. Going to be our next arrival. 29 minutes of flight time, so they're a little behind schedule here. So talking about all the traffic, let's head down to the roadway here, shall we? This side's not usually too busy. It's where everybody's from the crosswalk back. So from here back, that line is continuing all the way down this afternoon. Very, very busy. $439 likes. Again, keep the likes coming. And once again, good afternoon, everybody. Lufthansa getting ready for departure here before too long. So we have Air France coming in about 30 minutes or so. We'll double check on that in just a minute. But make sure you all smash the like button if you guys are just tuning in. Long afternoon is still ahead. Of course, we're broadcasting to you guys in 4K. So if your internet allows that, make sure you all are watching in 4K. Like goal for the day, 500. Again, sitting at 439 likes. Gonna have to start throwing up a like challenge here in just a few minutes. We'll see where Air France is. Again, this one coming in from Charlotte, about 30 minutes of flight time for the A321. From the Queen City. I'm not quite ready to button everything up on Lufthansa just yet. Next arrival is going to be another American Airlines. It's going to be American 2660 coming in from DFW. That's going to be a 737-800. 2 hours and 17 minutes of flight time for that one. Let's check on Air France. Air France crossing into North Carolina. We've got 22 minutes remaining for that one. Air Canada coming up in 16 minutes from Toronto. So several more flights. Can we get to 475 by the arrival of Air France? That's a long ways out, 22 minutes. Getting close to 450 likes already. I'd like to see us hit 735 likes today, honestly. Just beat Thursday by 1. As we get American 2660 from DFW. We've got a CRJ headed to one of the gates. I don't know, not the gate where the fire truck is. Okay. Got a marshalling shot coming up. Let's go ahead and get in position for that. Quick turnaround for Daisy and Parrish. Parrish and Daisy getting ready for their pushback, or they're started pushing back. So we turn our attention over to Parrish and Daisy. Again, I flew these two a couple years ago out to the House of Mouse. You guys can watch that that terminal walkthrough if you guys would like. That was done a couple years ago. I did a walkthrough of Terminal 2. Got on our flight. Did that one via the cell phone. Got that A321 to Charlotte, ready to go at the end of the runway. Got JetBlue on the move too. So we'll get our A321 out here. Thank you, Rotors, for stopping in. Have a wonderful evening, morning. We will see you on the next episode of the show. Bit of a leap off the runway for the A321. CRJ up next. So we're going to make it to 475 by the arrival of Air France, hopefully. On those likes. Hoping the internet just holds out. That's all I care about. This heat does really awful things to the internet. It's definitely not on my end because my end's sitting on the cooler. So whatever's happening with the internet is on their end. Got a United on the move. We're getting ready to get busy again, folks. Got a CRJ arrival. rice taco bowl. That sounds pretty good. Oh yeah, that's cooled the internet down quite significantly. All right, the CRJ off to LaGuardia. Endeavor 5184, that last departure. American Airlines 3193 off to Charlotte. Off to the Queen City. JetBlue out there off to Boston. JetBlue 2184 at A220-300 getting ready for their departure. Yeah, I thought I was about to go around too. So we should have JetBlue coming up shortly. Nice. All right. Perfect. So we should see him. As far as see them later on. They're working Air France. Here comes JetBlue. That A220 back to Boston. Again, hopefully the internet will cooperate. We need about 25 more likes to reach 475 by the time that arrival of that 787 Dreamliner gets here from Paris. So double and triple check. Make sure you guys have smashed the like button. Got a Frontier. This should be Daisy and Parrish. Where is Parrish and Daisy off to? They're not on flight radar at the moment. Lots and lots of departures coming our way. Still looking at 11 minutes for the Air France arrival. So 19 likes away from our second like challenge of the day. Make sure you guys try to get us to 475 before the arrival of Air France. Just 11 minutes out. Lots and lots of planes on the move. Gonna be busy with departures here. Air France or Lufthansa expected to push back here anytime. Again, they have to get out of the way for the arrival of Air France. Well, that's not Parrish and Daisy. This is the California Condor. Daisy and Parrish should be right there somewhere. Just saw them. All right, another CRJ 900. So that means that the American 777 will be about 10 minutes out. We also have Air Canada's arrival coming up. We've got the departure of Lufthansa, Copa, and Aeromexico. So lots of action happening in the next hour or so. There goes Daisy and Parrish. MX-9095. What was that? Was that a Breeze? It's probably parked somewhere on the other side. All right, Endeavour 5009 off to JFK. Frontier off to Philadelphia on that A321. Next arrival we have Air Canada Jazz 836 from Toronto. That one touching down right now. The E175 LR. Guess no Air Canada A220 today, that Vancouver flight. I have not seen it. Air Canada. On the way to Providence, Rhode Island. It's a possibility that we'll see it. It might be that one coming in shortly. We've got the United A319 up next. I think this one's headed back to Chicago O'Hare. Daisy and Parrish on the way out. $13 more likes to reach 475 before the arrival of Air France. Keep those likes coming. There we go. A nice cool breeze to blow through here. That's what I needed. breeze touching down already, I believe. I believe it came in while Daisy and Parrish are on the move. All right, let's get some info on these departures. Daisy and Parrish off to Tampa, Frontier 3311. United 2415 off to Newark, New Jersey. That A319. Thought it was headed off to Chicago. Next arrival, Endeavor 5260. Coming in from Newark, New Jersey, followed by Delta 2164 from Detroit, Michigan, an A320-200. Then number 3 in line will be our Air France. 4 minutes for the 787 Dreamliner. 11 likes away from 475. Got 4 minutes to get those last 11 likes. Oh, it hasn't landed yet. The METAR say the temperature is. Still says it's 93 degrees. Hottest day of the year. The Southwest landing over on the other side. Let's see if we can snag that one really quick before the other United departure. All kinds of off on that shot. All right, next up, Delta 2164 from Detroit. 1 hour and 7 minutes of flight time from Detroit. Got a United, I believe a United Express sitting out at the end of the runway right now. So Air France number 2. Still 9 likes away from 475 before that touchdown of the 787 Dreamliner. Double and triple check that you guys haven't smashed the like button. Comes our Delta from Detroit. All right, a nice arrival for Delta from Detroit. All right, Air France coming up. Let's get those last few likes. Need 4 more likes. Air France will pop out behind this pole here. Come on, do we got 4 more likes? There she is. Enjoy. So Air France is going to have to go all the way down to the end here and wait for Lufthansa. Did we make it to 4? Hey, we did. We made it to 475. You guys are awesome. I love how you guys wait till the last minute. It's fantastic. Keeps me in stitches. So 483 likes. We are 17 away from our like goal on the day. Still got a lot of plane spotting to do today too. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all. We got at least 3 more hours left in the day. So I got one on final. I also got one sitting on the runway. Got a United on final. I don't see a Breeze Airways. Alright, so Air France going to sit there and wait. We've got a United on final. Maybe not. Maybe that's not it. I don't know. Figure it out here. Hold on. Got a United Express on the move. I'm not going to stick with this one too long because there is one hot on his heels. That's the United. This United here coming in from Newark, New Jersey. I guess that's it, way out there. See Lufthansa's push here in just a second. It's got Frontier coming up next. Frontier 1517. Coming in from Philadelphia. got another United and a Southwest coming up. I don't see any breeze. Maybe there it is. Maybe it's finally kind of close enough. Lufthansa pushing back. You guys wanted to check out the breeze. Let's see. I'm gonna assume that it's a medical emergency because I think almost all of the mechanical emergencies and such, they land over here on the right side. We just missed a go around. So no issues with that breeze, it doesn't look like, but we did miss a go around. That Frontier Airlines not touching down. Don't know why I didn't see it because I was focused on breeze, but just happened to see him go by on my computer monitor. Frontier from Philadelphia, go around and try it one more time. We've got United 2196 coming in from Houston, 2 hours 17 minutes for the A320 coming around. That was a low go around too. If I'd have had my behind the scenes camera on, you probably would have seen it fly by. So not really sure why that Frontier went around. Got United from Houston up next, as well as the departure of Lufthansa. Number 2 in line behind this one, I believe, is the American 777 from London Heathrow. It's going to have a kind of a heavy few minutes here between Lufthansa, American, and Air France. Hey, Christopher Brown. Good afternoon. So American 173 Heavy up next. Our Heavy from London Heathrow. And we've hit 500 likes. Thank you all for getting us to 500 way earlier than we expected. Again, apologies for the internet. That is not on my end. That is on the internet provider's end. Alaska Airlines coming up too in about 5 minutes from San Diego. The 737. Let's check on our last two planes of the night, or the day I should say. Aer Lingus, we're looking at 3 hours, 9 minutes. Iceland, 3 hours, 14 minutes. So we've got about 3 hours, 15, 20 minutes left in the show. And Frontier coming back around to get back in line after that go around. Hey, Day is waving down there. Where are you at? Hard to see where they're at. All right, let's get the 777 in here, and then we'll look for Day on the ground. Enjoy the 777 arrival from London. That's what I said too, Eddie. We need to get to 735. I think we hit like 734 on Thursday. All right, so we'll be looking for Dane in just a second down by that jet bridge. Everybody's wearing orange down there today. All right, so Air France is going to come around. Let's go down here and see if we can find our viewer working the ramp. I know Captain Carolina's usually down there. I don't know if Captain Carolina's down there today or not. That might be him right there. There he is. Hey, there you go. So working down there alongside Captain Carolina, if Captain Carolina's working today. Nice. All right, so we got a lot going on here. We've got Lufthansa on the move. The American 777 just touched down. They've got to wait on Copa or Aeromexico to get out of the way. One of the two. We've got Air France coming around to the gate. So lots and lots of action happening right at the moment. We've got an A319 on the move for American Airlines. And it's hot. Whew. Goodness gracious almighty. The METAR says it's 91 degrees. I don't believe it. Definitely feels hotter than that out here. So Air France slowly making their way around. Again, I think the American 777 is going to be sitting here waiting for a gate as well. Going to be waiting on that, I believe, Aeromexico to leave from over there. Gonna have that Frontier 1517. I don't know. Americans finally getting a move on here. Frontier's awfully close. So we may be swinging to the departures and the arrivals here for a second, because wouldn't it be funny if the Frontier makes another go around here? All right, there's a Dreamliner. Departure's gonna make it. Plenty of time. So Frontier did make it in safely. As we check out Air France finishing up their movements into the gate. Next arrival should be Alaska 12 from San Diego, California. Looking at 4 hours, 20 minutes of flight time. 94 in South Cary, I believe it, as it is definitely warm. There goes Aeromexico out. You'll see, maybe you won't because I'm zoomed in a little bit too far there, but Aeromexico is on the way out. So we should see Copa Airlines here shortly as well, getting ready for their departure. We've got an American Eagle on the move for departure. We'll swing to the American Eagle and then we'll go to Alaska for their arrival from San Diego. France continues to the gate now. Remember, get your Alaska emoji, tail emojis ready. again, that new emoji is up for you guys to use for Alaska Airlines for episode number 2 here. Ooh. Bit of a stiff touchdown there for Alaska Airlines. So 4 hours, 20-ish minutes for Alaska from San Diego. All right, here we go. More heavy action. Lufthansa back to Frankfurt. Enjoy. Hey, Nelia, good afternoon. Almost evening for you there on the island. All right, enjoy the Lufthansa departure back to Frankfurt. Definitely got to be somebody in this one's way. That's a nice shot right there, that 777 with that water glistening in the background there. 510 likes. By the way, thank you all once again for getting us over our like goal. I'll repin a message here in a minute. And let's see if we can beat Thursday's like goal. Not sure if we're going to make it that far. We can definitely try though. So Aeromexico's out there getting ready for departure. We've got an arrival of American 2817 from Phoenix, a 737 MAX 8. That one's coming up. Let me change the pinned message really quick. Maybe. It won't let me. Something's wrong with my phone. Like on my Personal account, it works. The chat works, but on my Carolina Aviation account, I can't get the chat to work. I don't know what the deal is. So there's the American from Phoenix. There's Copa. Copa finally pushing back. So Copa was in the way of the American 777. So we'll see the 777 move forward here shortly. Again, this one off to Mexico City. Yeah, I can't get it to work on there, but for whatever reason, I'll try again in a minute. Let's get Aero Mexico out of here. Can't get the messages to pop up. I don't know what its deal is. Oh, I've got a nice wind blowing through now. It is so hot. And I'm in the shade. So glad I didn't set up out somewhere out in the sun. Oof. It's a big old truck crossing the parking garage right here. Got a big old bounce. All right, who we got next? Looks like we've got Delta up next. Look at the heat waves out there. Heat waves rolling today. I imagine down there on the tarmac, well over 100 degrees. The American 777 on the move. Headed up here to their gate. So we got the Delta A319, A320, A319. Is Copa. See, the internet, well, I was about to say, the internet looks like it's doing a little bit better now that Air France shut down. But doesn't look like it did. Thank you all for spamming the chat with those tail emojis. Again, Copa Airlines coming up next for departure. Looking for those last two arrivals of the day. Give you an update. Aer Lingus, 2 hours, 58 minutes. Iceland, 3 hours even. So we've got about 3 hours left in the day. A lot can happen in the next 3 hours. Of course, we're going to have that Air France 787 Dreamliner departure around 6 p.m. here. Current time 4:18 p.m. Again, that's if the internet holds out. Hopefully we don't have any shenanigans surrounding the internet. We've got another Alaska flight arriving in 1 hour and 28 minutes. That one coming from Seattle. Got a couple special liveries later. Piedmont livery, I believe, and the NYPD livery for JetBlue later this afternoon as well. So still a lot of action coming at you guys this afternoon on into the evening. Again, Iceland, given that it is now behind Aer Lingus, those two will be the last two arrivals of the day. We've got a 767 for FedEx 785 later this afternoon as well, I believe. That's scheduled. I think. It's not up on flight radar just yet. Our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4490. Get a good look at the American 777. Don't think we're going to be at a good enough angle to really see much of it turning the corner there, but we'll see how that goes. See a little bit of that 777 peeking around the corner. While we're sitting here, let's look at that subscriber count for the day, shall we? We're up to 36 on the light count. Again, we started the day with 10,952. We're up to 11,036. So let's try to get to 100 new friends today. Again, if you guys are new, feel free to subscribe, as well as continue to smash the like button if you guys are just joining us as well. Must be an issue there with the American gate. Again, we saw Copa leaving that gate, so they gotta take a minute here to transition. Not that there's much to do, but got almost 10,000 views on my short from the other day of the A300 arrival, the FedEx A300 arrival. Currently 93 degrees. I don't know, the METAR is wrong, but my phone says it's 93 currently. So a hot afternoon. American Republic Airways 4490 coming in right now from LaGuardia, E175, about to touch down here shortly. It's got a moment here before it touches down. Still waiting to find out what the 777's up to. is our American Eagle. He started to turn into the gate, looks like. Copa up next for departure. I think next week I'm definitely going to have to pull out the cooler. Gonna have to find it and get me some ice. For next week. If it stays this hot. I was not prepared at all today, by the way. Ran off, forgot the radio. Forgot drinks, had to stop and get some. Now I could use a really cold water. Still have a drink left, but it's not cold. I know it is. So Copa 467 back to Panama City. Panama. Delta CRJ up next. Whoops. I don't know. They may not have the gate ready for the 777 just yet. Still trying to get it in there, though. There we go, the 777. Finally into the gate. Got American Airlines 2642 out at the end of the runway. Out at the end of 23 right here. Getting ready to head back to Charlotte. We've definitely had a lot of nice action here on our side today, thank goodness. No real issues today. Oh my goodness, sitting down is hard. Take a load off here for a minute while we wait for our next arrivals. We've got Delta 2600 coming up from Atlanta, 7379. That one arriving in just 6 minutes. From the north, we've got American Airlines 2654, 3 minutes out for that 737-800. That one coming in from LAX. So a couple more minutes here. A little intermission here between what's going on. Oh, there goes our A321 off to Charlotte. Did not see him line up out there. Oh, he's off flight radar, no wonder. All right, again, our last two for the day, Aer Lingus and Iceland. So 2 hours, 44 minutes for Aer Lingus. Iceland, looking at 2 hours, 46 minutes. Why did you take away my thing? Why does the Flight Radar app hate me lately? It's been acting really, really weird. Kicked my filter off for some reason. There we go. All right, so next arrival, American Airlines 2654, coming in from Los Angeles. 2 minutes left in their journey. They've been flying currently 4 hours, 18 minutes, so it looks like it'll be about a 4 hour, 20 to 22 minute flight for them. All of our heavies are in for the day, other than the FedEx 785 that we should see later, that heavy from Memphis. Already had Aeromexico, Copa, and Lufthansa head home. Alan Lee, good evening. They're in the UK. So 530 likes so far. I wish I'd stop bumping that. So there's Air France. I need to try and see if I can fix our pinned message here now. No, it still won't let me do it. And I don't want to mess with the computer because of the fact that that's set up exactly the way I need it to. Need it to be so I can see the lights rolling. If I mess with it, the lights are going to stop rolling. And I don't want that. So it shows up when I go on my personal account, it shows up perfectly, but over on the other one, nothing. Oddly enough, I don't understand it. .92 degrees, feels like 94. That's about what it is currently here. That's what it feels like. It's very, very hot. All right, there's our LAX flight. Sorry, I was working on trying to fix this thing, but no such luck. There is the flight from Los Angeles. Next up, we've got that Delta from Atlanta. Now, don't forget, we still have that Delta 757 that should be leaving here before too long back to Atlanta, especially now given that there is another flight coming up from Atlanta. So they'll swap places here in just a moment. Also got Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. That one says 11 minutes. There's no way. It's already on the downwind of us. Delta 2600, our next arrival, 56 minutes of flight time from Atlanta. So again, we should see that 757 departure here in just a few minutes. Oh, I did forget to tell you guys what I did see at Atlanta Airport the other day. Getting ready to leave and come home. A very highly unlikely suspect at Delta, at the hub for Delta, but it was the American Chrome 737. For American Airlines. Due out at 5:44 or 4:44? They need to do something about cooling these towers around here. I was gonna say that's probably it right there. It's probably the 757 tail lurking, making its way out here in just a moment. Oh yeah, it's definitely not our internet. Our internet's nice and cool. So, it's on the tower end. It has nothing to do with us. Again, hopefully the internet will keep up. I know it's going to be spotty and shaky and stupid, but hopefully it'll keep up for us to get our last two arrivals of the day. Fingers crossed. There's our 757. Come on now, don't be disappointing me. Hey, I just realized that they got that taxiway open right there. So they've been working on that taxiway for the last couple of weeks. Now it is open. Better not be going over to 23 left to depart. I hope not. Got a United on the move. Next arrival, Republic Airways 4670 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. An hour and 9 minutes of flight time for the E175. 534 likes. Again, thank you all for smashing the like button today. Still got a long way to go. About 2.5 hours left in the evening. Gonna take you guys on in to the evening. Gonna end with that Iceland arrival at 7:30. Again, hopefully we make it that far. Next arrival is going to be Delta 1018, coming in from Fort Lauderdale. That one an A319 this afternoon. I swear we saw that one as a 737 the other day. Got a CRJ on the way out. We still have that United 737 out at the end of the runway, of course. Frontier 3074 coming in from Cleveland, Ohio. It's going to be right after our Delta from Fort Lauderdale. That's going to be Crockett the Raccoon livery. Sarah Wallace, watching from Queensland, Australia. Thank you so much for tuning in. Good morning to you. Delta from Fort Lauderdale. Still battling that pesky pole there just to the right. This one here coming to a nice, easy slowdown. Looks like no fuss, no muss for that one. Our one from LAX is still waiting for a gate. We've got an American Eagle ready to go, just sitting on beyond Air France over there. Again, up next, the arrival of Frontier 3074 Crockett, the Raccoon livery from Cleveland, Ohio. Sounds like that Saab 2000 getting a move on. Oops. If that's our United back to Denver, or if that's our United back to SFO. Bit of a wobbly arrival there for Frontier. Crockett the Raccoon. It's like another Delta on the way out as well. So United up next. This one's not on radar just yet. Is it? Yes. No? Yes. There's a Delta right behind it. This one is United 2288 off to Denver, Colorado. 737-800. Back to the Mile High City. United and Max's. Got a 737 Max starting up over here behind us. I have a really bad feeling this internet's going to defeat me. Today it's just not holding strong. Hey, Tim Arnold. Good afternoon. Whoops. Go from that one to the Max. The Max should be headed to SFO. There was a Delta out there. Now it's not on flight radar. Do have a Delta coming in. Delta 1312 coming in from the House of Mouse, Orlando. This Max is getting ready to head back out to SFO. Brigade Klaus, good evening to you. Now we're just waiting on that Delta 1312. Again, coming in from the House of Mouse, coming in from Orlando. It's going to be our next arrival. Thank you for that update, Tim Arnold. Seeing Independence 1 coming back, but in midnight. Tonight. So no such luck for us seeing it tonight. Oh, you're very welcome. No problem. Just the internet's really, really frustrating sometimes. It's always our Achilles heel is the internet, especially in the summertime. The wintertime, we never, ever, ever have a problem. But I think one of the towers around the airport overheats in the summertime. Because I bet you we could go to Charlotte, but we could go to Charlotte or be in Charlotte right now and not have any issues whatsoever. And I know it's not on my end either, because like I said, I've got everything on the cool pad, all that stuff. We see it here week in and week out when the temperatures get over a certain amount. Brigade Klaus gifting a Carolina Aviation membership. That one going out to Patrick. Congratulations to Patrick. Thank you so much to Brigade Klaus, one of our loyal members and viewers. She's been watching for a very, very long time. 8 likes away from 550. We've got Air Canada on the move. Headed back to Toronto. That's CRJ off to Austin, Texas. 2 hours of flight time. Oh, you're very welcome, Dan. No problem at all. Glad we were able to see you on camera. Always love interacting with you guys down there on the ramp. Always good to see you guys working. You guys got it much harder than I do, that's for sure. So I'm going to make an adjustment. You guys are going to have an intentional pause here in a minute after we get all the arrivals and such in. I'm going to try to make a settings change and see if we can't stop this from happening. Got a American 737 ready for departure. But, all right, we're going to go into an intentional pause here. I'm going to try to, let me go into the settings here, make a quick adjustment, see if we can't get this to stop doing what it's doing. We're losing viewers because this is, you know, so much up and down, too much stutter. So we're going to lessen the quality here just a little bit and see if that helps. Again, I think it's definitely not on our end. I promise you guys it's not. It's on the internet provider's end. So we're going to be a quick intentional pause here. I'll be right back with you guys in just a minute. Hold on. We should be back. Hopefully it won't stutter anymore. I turned the quality down by about 10 kilobits, so we'll see if we still run into any issues or not. Hopefully we don't. It seems to be running any smoother. If it does not work any better than that, then I don't know. Maybe the end of our day. But we kind of knew this was going to be a thing today with the heat, given the heat. But I told you guys Thursday, we were talking about it being 90 plus degrees today, that it was going to be a little bit more difficult on the equipment. So, and like I said, it's some, I swear that one of the towers around here overheats or something, because we've been in DC, we've been in Charlotte, and temperatures well over 100 degrees or almost 100 degrees, and we've been all right. So again, it may look a little bit different, quality may be a little bit downgraded a smidgen, but hopefully it'll still look fairly decent for the remainder of the evening. I just want it to be smooth. Whether or not the quality looks great or not, I really just want it to be smooth, because I know that's really, really annoying. It's hard to watch a show that's just the big pile of stutter, right? Like, I get it. So, fingers crossed that fixed it. It looks like the internet's holding a whole lot more steady. So hopefully we can retain our last 2 hours here. United, well, that last departure, Air Canada, obviously off to Toronto. United 2072, sitting out here at the end of the runway. That 737 MAX 9, getting ready to head to SFO. Next arrival, Republic Airways 4666. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare. So speaking of our last 2 arrivals, let's find out. They're not quite, they're getting closer. 2 hours, 7 minutes for Aer Lingus. 2 hours, 11 minutes for Iceland. So those last 2 arrivals coming up shortly. That wasn't the Saab 2000 I thought I heard. It was the Lockheed KC-130 Super Hercules, departing a moment ago. So finally leaving from over there. Oh yeah, no worries, you guys. Thank you all for watching the show regardless of the stuttering. Hopefully it's over now and everybody can enjoy the show. Again, I wasn't sure that turning things down would work, but it does so appear that it has. Again, so about another 2 hours left here. If I could quit hitting my head on that, I'd be even better. So that 757 did come down the hill, but it did look like it returned to the gate. So no departure of that one. Nice. That's good. 35 times the zoom, 4K. That's pretty good. Oh, my abs hurt. I'm sore. I got my butt kicked yesterday. Went and did a boot camp yesterday. Got my butt kicked. So Republic Airways 4666. Next arrival. Going to be an E175LR. Tony with a $20 super chat. Carolina Broadcasting regardless of the weather. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat from our good friend Tony. By the way, Tony sending over some amazing pictures of Independence 1 the other day. Absolutely stunning photos of Independence 1. So make sure you go follow Tony. Tony took that over on Instagram. He has all of those photos. Absolutely beautiful photos. He sent them all to me right after I left here Thursday night. All right, so our MAX off to San Francisco. Finally entering 23 right. We still have Alaska from Seattle coming up. here in a little bit. Got another MAX 8 for United. Wait, where is the Alaska flight? Alaska, looking at 42 minutes for Alaska 572 from Seattle. The real fun is going to start here in a little bit, I feel like. For me anyway. We're going to start getting the sun encroaching on my area. It's going to get really, really hot. With a Y, B-R-Y. KC-130 looks like it might be headed out to Cherry Point. 20 minutes of flight time for the KC-130. So 50 likes from 600. That one should be our new like goal, of course. Again, I can't change it without messing something up on my computer, so I'm not going to bother fixing that. But thank you all for getting us to our like goal today. Lots of support throughout the day. 550 likes. Lots of donations today. Thank you all for those as well. Greatly appreciate that 100%, of course. Again, those donations are what get us in and out of the parking garage here. And a reminder, if you guys haven't been spotting up here in a while, the price has gone up over the last couple of weeks. For a full day up here, $22.75. Not a drastic change, but enough of one. For the long term, it's a lot more money. A lot more money for them. So that, I assume they did that because they're trying to get all these upgrades and things financed for the airport. Next arrival, Envoy 3490 coming in from DCA. 41 minutes of flight time. That E175LR is on final. Dang, gonna come in at midnight and leave at 6 a.m. What kind of junk is that? I remember when Emoa 1 did that. I was so annoyed. We hadn't seen Emoa 1 on the show, and we've been trying and been trying and been trying. And it was very, very frustrating. Thank you for tuning in, Slay. Again, I have a really hard time pronouncing names. But once again, thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the day of plane spotting. Still got a long way to go. 2 hours remaining for the day as we get Iceland and Aer Lingus, our last two arrivals. They're only a few minutes apart. So Iceland will be the last arrival of the day. We still have the departure of Air France there, that 787 Dreamliner. And again, it does look like our internet has calmed itself now after making that quick adjustment. Slowly gaining our viewers back. So thank you everybody for returning after the little internet issues. Gonna have a little protein here, a little snack, while we wait for our next arrival, which is going to be Frontier 1786. Sunny the Lemon Shark coming in from the House of Mouse. There you go, Frontier from Orlando. So Iceland should be going to the gate where Air France is. Probably not. No, not yet. They take quite a while with the American Eagle stuff. So Sunny the Lemon Shark. Come off the runway there. Next arrival, United 2091. This one coming in from Chicago O'Hare, 737 MAX 8. Coming up next. See, told you guys.
Just be patient. We would have a viewer or two come in or out this afternoon. There you go. Got one on Delta 2699. I believe that's from Minneapolis. So in about 40 minutes, we'll see Delta 2699. We're still waiting on that 737 MAX. That one coming in just a minute. Oof. Sprite is so zesty. There's our Max from Chicago. Sonny, the lemon shark getting a little aggressive coming into the gate. Where was that at? Ah, there it is. Hey, Reed Aviation. Good evening. 4 months in economy class. Thank you so much for the membership milestone. Good evening to you. Thank you for spending part of your Sunday hanging out with us. Again, about a little more than 2 hours left in the afternoon of plane spotting here. So I'm still broadcasting in 4K, and you should still be able to select 4K, but I've just had to turn some of the settings down. So everything should still technically be in 4K. It's up the resolution, but again, I've had to tweak some settings here to keep the camera from overheating, and of course, whatever goes on with the internet. This one coming in from Charlotte, American 2616, A321. This is our special livery of the day, the Piedmont Retro. So if you enjoy the Piedmont Retro, there it is. Make sure you guys spam the chat with the American tail emoji. So that one, American 2616. We'll see that departure here later on this afternoon. A lot of people enjoy the Piedmont livery, including myself. I like the PSA and the AirCal special liveries too. Two of my favorites. Yeah, it'll be headed out to the end of 23 left. Might be coming down the hill, but I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. I honestly have no idea. We've got Frontier 4844 out towards the end of the runway, going back to Philadelphia. Out at the end of the runway, we've got Republic Airways 4493 back to Chicago, an E175LR. Just hanging out there. You see the Frontier there, almost the middle of your screen. That's the one headed to Philadelphia. Got a Southwest coming in from Las Vegas, Southwest 488. That's interesting. So you got Southwest 488, and then you've got United 488 that flies in here later this evening. Should be. Is that one from SFO? That'll be later. So this one coming in from Las Vegas. 3 hours 55 minutes for the MAX 8. Sitting at 564 likes. Thank you again, everybody, for smashing the like button. Hopefully we can make it to 600 before the end of the day. Again, we've still got about an hour and a half or so left in the day. I'll give you guys an update on that in just a minute. Looks like both Aer Lingus and Iceland might be a little on the early side. Normally we don't see Aer Lingus or Iceland until 7:30. Speaking of United, we've got another one on the move. So Air France should be, my goodness, if I hit that one more time. I keep hitting my head on the camera. So Air France should push back at about a half hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. But we still should see that pushback here before too long. We've got Delta 1407 from Detroit touching down now, not in the 717, unfortunately. And of course, we've got Delta 2699 from Minneapolis coming up with a viewer on board. So sadly, no Mad Dog for this flight today. We were talking about it earlier in the show. This one here, Republic Airways 4493. This one should be headed off to Chicago. Oh, they did fly A319. See, I can't remember. They were before my time, Piedmont, honestly. Before I really got into aviation. I mean, I was into aviation, but I wasn't into like airlines and stuff back then. All right, Frontier getting ready to go out at the end of the runway. Will they give us a turn and burn? $572 likes. 28 likes away from 600. Nice. Marshalling shot there for Delta, that A320. I want to know what happened to our 757. Our 757 returning to the gate a little while ago. We do have a United off to Houston, United 2407, an A320-200. Last Frontier off to Philadelphia, Frontier 4844. 1 hour 33 minutes left for Aer Lingus. 1 hour 37 minutes for our Iceland. So about an hour and a half left in today's show. We've got FedEx on the ground in Memphis. That one should arrive before those two. So it looks like we're going to get out of here about 7 p.m. tonight. So both of those look like they're a little on the early side. So 7:15 for their 7:15-ish for the end of the show. Alaska 572, we're looking at 22 minutes for that 737. In front of that, we've got Delta 2699 from Minneapolis. An A220-100, that's going to be our viewer on board that one. United getting out of here back to where did I say that was going? Back to Houston. We've got American 2817 pushing back, getting ready to go back to Phoenix 737 MAX 8. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 689 from Los Angeles. That one's going to be about 18 minutes out. So we're up to 584 likes. Again, trying to make it to 600 here before we end the day. We should see Air France push back here. Let's see, what time is it? 5:30, 5:35. We should see Air France push back in about 30 minutes or so. So still lots of action to go. Oh, sitting down is quite difficult. So we've got a few minutes here before our next arrival. We should have some departures, though. We've got the American Eagle just on the other side of Air France. This right here might be the longest stretch of break that we're going to get here for a few minutes, which is okay with me because I really, like I said, I need to sit down a minute. My watch says it's 93 degrees currently still. It's hot. I'm sweating. All right, so the American Eagle's on the move. Looks like we've got one, a CRJ on the move. see that one out there. Again, still don't know what's going on with that 757. We saw that one earlier. They started to leave, and then they turned around and came back to the gate. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew says, just passed you in the parking deck. Thank you for doing this channel. It's always fun to watch you live and then to see you broadcasting. Thank you so much for rolling by. Appreciate that. It's always fun to be up here. No, I have not. I was thinking about that earlier today too, because I got into not a scuffle, but a scuffle with some folks on the highway on the way over here this afternoon. I was like, man, I kind of wish I had my sticker on the car so they could, find me. But at the same time, I'm glad I didn't. So I had a little fun on the way here, I should say. So that American on the way out, the one to Phoenix, Arizona. You see the Delta CRJ right there on the way out as well. So the American Max will head out there. I know I need to get that sticker out. I need to make a note of that right now. I need a pen so I can write it on my hand. To get the sticker out of the car when I get home. God, I keep forgetting it. Hopefully the heat doesn't mess it up. Need to get it put on the back of the car. There's that 737 MAX for American Airlines. Off to Phoenix, Arizona. Hey, that would be a good idea right there. We support Carolina Aviation. That'd be a good sticker. Gonna have to get in touch with my my merchandise person and get them to to design some more stuff. Get you guys some more merch. Oh, looks like we got a little exec jet coming in at this side. Saw Auburn and Clemson here the other day. Their private jets were here. Yeah, so the observation deck should be open. I don't think they're doing any kind of renovations or anything like that. I think the only reason it might have been closed on Thursday was due to that presidential flight for the UAE. That 787's gone though. But yeah, the observation deck should totally be open. There's no scheduled for any kind of maintenance or anything for that one. Should always be open. The only time I ever see it closed is when we have like the presidential type stuff coming in. Oh, and I've got a problem. I've run out of time. Your host is hitting that part of the day where it's getting close. If the wind keeps up the way it is, I'll be okay. Not too much of a breeze here so far this afternoon, but I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. You may or may not be able to see it. It's going to be fuzzy because it's like right here in our face, but you can see the sunlight has finally started to find me. We knew it was coming. I just wasn't sure how long I had left. So I'll have the sun in here with me in a few minutes, and I'll really be sweating. And I wore black today. What is wrong with me? Alright, so that departure, Republic Airways 4490 off to LaGuardia, E175LR. Next arrival, we've got United 689 from Los Angeles. Going to be our next arrival. Here we go. We're gonna get on with some rapid fire departures here. This is our one out to Phoenix, Arizona, the American Airlines. 8 likes away from 600. Make sure you all continue to smash the like button. Of course, if your internet allows as well, make sure you guys are watching in 4K. Won't be too long. We'll have that Air France departure in just a few minutes. Should be around 6 o'clock, 6:10, 6:20 at the latest. And then, of course, we have the Aer Lingus and Iceland arrivals. Those two will be our last two of the day. Scheduled arrivals around 7 p.m. So about an hour and some change. An hour and 15, 20 minutes, hour and a half left in the day here of plane spotting. So our max off the Phoenix for American Airlines. And then we have that Delta from Los Angeles, Delta 689. Nice departure for American. So I didn't ask you, coming in about 5 minutes. watching the show on board at Delta 2699. So they will be our next arrival. Got another American Eagle out to the end of the runway. Well, it's not next in line. It's number 2. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 3596 from Newark, New Jersey. This one off to Philadelphia. Republic Airways 4428. Got a minute or two here before that next arrival. As you can see, last minute baggage going on to Air France. 4 likes away from 600. Let's give you guys another update on the subscriber count. Hopefully we're getting close to that 50 mark. 7 subscribers. Do we have 7 folks who have yet to subscribe to the channel? I need 7 more subscribers. 2 likes and 7 subscribers. Anybody? If we get 7 more subscribers, that will be 100 for today. Again, Thursday we missed 100 by 11. So we're definitely making up for it today. We just need 7 more subscribers before we end the show. Thank you, Todd. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It depends on the wind. And it depends on whether or not I can hold it tight enough. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. It takes a lot of practice. I have to get back into my routine. I've been out of routine for the last couple of weeks. We only did what? We did 2 shows this past week. And then today. So today, my muscle memory's finally getting back to it. Comes out United Express from Newark, New Jersey. Judd Goldberg joining economy class. Thank you so much for joining economy class. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. As we got Alaska Airlines coming down the hill, get ready to head back to San Diego. I'm glad it looks a lot better than it did. I know we were having some internet issues there earlier in the show. Again, that's out of our hands. The only thing I can do was turn down the quality a little bit so that it's not running out of bounds, what I call bounds. But got our viewer on board this next arrival. We need one more subscriber. All right, Delta 2699 coming in. We do have a viewer on this one from Minneapolis. Looking at 2 hours and 5 minutes for the A220-100. If he's watching the show, he should know that it's about 20-second delay. So if you're watching the show and you hear this, you're on about a 20-second delay. So you'll probably be turned into your taxiway before you see your touchdown here. So one subscriber away. We've reached 608 likes. Thank you all for that. 100 new subscribers today alone. So 189 in the last 2 episodes of the show. I don't remember what we got on Wednesday, but it was quite a significant amount as well. So we did reach 11,000 subscribers today. 11,052 subscribers. So our subscriber goalpost moving quite significantly. Again, our viewer on here and of course it's not going to go long enough in case he was shining the light on the left side. Not going to go long enough for us to be able to see, but maybe we'll get to see it in this gap right here. So we'll see. You're very welcome. Glad that I was able to be out here for your arrival this evening. Ooh, that sun is cooking. Let's see, can we go back to this? I don't know if you guys will be able to see it. Right here. The sun is on me. It's only going to get hotter from here for the rest of the show. 92 degrees again, according to the METAR there. Hopefully it won't affect the computer before we end the day. Speaking of, we've got about an hour left. We've got Alaska Airlines touching down now, Alaska 572 from Seattle. Get those Alaska tail emojis ready. So one Alaska in, the other one out. The other one will be heading out here in just a moment. Looks like United's going to go first. United 1484, and that's the one we're looking at right there at the end of the runway. That's 737-900 off to Chicago O'Hare. Got our 757 pushed back to 6:36 p.m. this evening. That's not what we wanted to hear or see, but that's okay. All right, Alaska should be up next. Speaking of Alaska, hold on. Let's go back over here to Alaska 572. As they head up the hill to Terminal 1. Do we have a good shot of them crossing the bridge? I believe we might. There we go. Oh, the sun is going to get right in my face for departures here in just a few minutes. Here goes Alaska 572 across the bridge. So you're looking at Alaska 12 here in just a moment. Off to San Diego, California. So some double Alaska action here. I know we had the United in between the two, but here we go. It's like Crockett the Raccoon starting engines over there from the D gates. Oh, they must have changed it. So JetBlue NYPD was supposed to be coming in, but I don't see it on here. It does in fact look like our next arrival is going to be JetBlue 2783 coming in from Boston, another A220 300. So that one arriving in just a minute or two. Oh, it says 10 minutes. That does not look 10 minutes out. Anyway, back to what I was doing here. Aer Lingus. We're looking at an hour and 5 minutes left for Aer Lingus. And an hour and 9 minutes for Iceland. Those two, our last two planes of the day. We've got JetBlue 726 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. An hour and 19 minutes. That one, they got about 21 minutes too, so got a few minutes. And again, Air France getting ready to leave here shortly. It looks like they're getting everything buttoned up with the Dreamliner. So we get Alaska 512 out and back to San Diego. So Delta 2699 from Minneapolis, sitting over here waiting to go to the gate. Won't be long, I won't be able to use this camera right here because of the fact of the sun coming in on me now. Move that so my drink doesn't get super hot. Oh, it is. It says NYPD livery. Oh, it is. Did they repaint those? They're NYPD livery. Does anybody know? Because that definitely does not look like it. That does not look like the NYPD livery that I'm used to. But anyway, that one coming in just a few, about 17 minutes or so.
move the phone out of the heat. Set the phone over here on this side now. Ooh, that's warm. This is why your host is so tan. I live my life in the sun, apparently. Yeah, this camera's going to be useless. I can't even see the computer. All right. Is it the same? I thought it was different. It did look different to me. Speaking of flights on the move, Frontier Airlines, we saw it pushing back a moment ago, just be next to the A220 there. I actually have a real problem coming up. Matthew, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much for the support. Sam had one fly over his house recently. Alan Lee with a £5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan Lee. Good evening. I'm home from pub in the northeast of England. Thanks for the stream. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much, Alan Lee. Greatly appreciate the support. I am legitimately running into an issue here. Umbrella's gonna rip my head off. So I'm trying to run an umbrella put an umbrella up so that I don't have any issues with this, but there's nowhere for me to put it in order for me to actually make any useful shade. It's too big and I have too much stuff I need to cover.
really just trying to keep the computer from overheating. That's the only issue I'm having right now. So try my best to keep that from happening. 618 likes, 162 folks watching. Again, about an hour left in the show. Hopefully we make it. Again, battling this sun, and it's going to be well over 100 degrees right here in the sun now. We fought it most of the day. So right at an hour. Iceland's slowing down just a little bit, looks like. All right, so we got JetBlue 2783 coming up. That one says a minute, but it'll be here sooner than that. We've also got Frontier Airlines out at the end. Frontier 3314, Crockett the Raccoon off to LaGuardia, New York, here in just a minute. Oh, there he goes, right there. Why is it Flight Radar so far behind? Flight Radar drives me insane. So Crockett off to LaGuardia. I bet JetBlue up in just a minute. Yeah, I used to go to the stairwell, but right now that wouldn't even help. All of the hiding spots are, because the sun is so much lower in the sky now, all of my hiding spots from the sun are now uncovered, unfortunately. So it is what it is. We're going to work with it. We're going to rock with it as long as everything will hold up. If things go sideways, just know we had a good stream today. Trying to stand here and shade the computer as much as possible. DB, good evening. Yeah, I have the big fan, so I have the big battery, and I could totally operate a big fan off of it, but it's not me that's the problem, it's the equipment. So right now, like, if I click over to the camera here, you won't be able to see anything because it's in the sun. you can see the sun right over my shoulder right here. It's completely covered. The computer, it's got me completely covered. All of the equipment down here that you guys can't see off to the side, as well as, of course, the camera. But the camera, we shouldn't have to worry too much about that. We've dealt with that. But if the computer overheats, then that's no bueno. So I'm trying to protect the computer and still be able to see it where I can read the chat and everything. So it is what it is. It's hard to protect everything from the sun all at once without having a nice shaded spot. And I don't have any kind of awnings or anything on my car, nothing like that. So, you know, kind of out of luck when it comes to certain times of the day. At least the wind's trying to pick up a little bit. And that might be the only other thing that I can do would be some sort of like tree stand umbrella or something like that. I have an umbrella for like my lawn chairs at home, but I don't have anywhere to attach it to make it stick. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about all this. Summertime is our worst enemy, y'all. Seriously. Summertime is the absolute worst for us. All of us. Any plane spotting show, summertime is the absolute worst for us. That's part of the reason why we were looking at new computers too, because this one does tend to overheat a whole lot more, or really easily. So I was hoping to have a new computer before things got too hot, but that hasn't quite worked out yet. There's that JetBlue NYPD. So at the moment I use like a Surface Pro. I need like a gaming computer, a gaming PC with a little bit of extra cooling.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to lose it before the end of the show. Yeah, we've been battling this for the last 3 years. This will be our third summer of battling this heat. But again, that's why you saw last year we didn't come out. I wouldn't stay out very late last year. We missed out on a lot of things last year because of this. So, you know, the only other thing I could think to do would be to get a DeWalt fan and try to, because I have DeWalt batteries at home, I could try to do that. But right now, trying to shade everything really stinks.
Sorry, I hope I didn't miss anybody. I think I did already. Hold on. All right, so Air France coming up for the departure here. Remember, smash the like button if you guys haven't. We've got less than an hour left in the day here, if we can make it that long. Hopefully we can, fingers crossed. We've got Aer Lingus and Iceland. Yeah, we got it to stop overheating now. I've just had to lay it down, and I kind of have to use myself to block it. But I've got a sunshade in my car that I've got up. So, but the problem is there are certain points of the day where there's nothing you can do. Like even if, I mean, maybe I need to get one of those outdoor things, but then does that fit our big fan? Right? Like they have those big sunshades for your computer. Iceland probably will take that gate, by the way. That normally does. If I were a guessing person, I would guess that Iceland will take Air France's gate. Again, about 35 minutes, 40 minutes left in the day of plane spotting. But yeah, so as the sun moves, it makes it very, very difficult for me to be able to move things with it, because I have no anchoring points for anything. I've got a sunshade for the front windshield of my car standing up currently in the back of the car to try to block it, but I've thought about that too. An ice cooler. So we're sitting at 624 likes as of right now. Again, about 40 minutes left in the day, 45 minutes. The wind is blowing quite nicely right now. Yeah, I thought about making me one of those swamp cooler things, the ice chest coolers with the fans. I think that would work. But for how long, though? Suffering out here in 100 degree heat every day. You know, I don't know how long. The ice never lasts. I'd have to get like a Yeti cooler on steroids in order to make that last. I want one of those 12-volt fridges. Hey, Drew H. Good evening. Yeah, we're still live for about another 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes. Waiting on those two Aer Lingus and Iceland arrivals. Those will be the last two of the day. Well, it's been a Frontier Sunday. Yeah, we were here Wednesday and Thursday. We had Independence 1. Speaking of specials and such, there's Piedmont. So Piedmont on the way out, back to Charlotte, and Air France back to Paris. Enjoy the Dreamliner, y'all. I swear those things are quieter than a A321. Yeah, I get it. The heat and the humidity. Makes it quite difficult to live here, honestly. And to do anything like work outside or do shows or do anything where your equipment relies on cooling and you can't get it any cooling, that makes it really rough to do. And then of course now I've got the sun right in my face. I prefer the A350 personally, but I would like to have seen the A350 return, and then of course Lufthansa had kept the Dreamliner. Speaking of the A321s, we've got American Airlines 2616 back to Charlotte in just a minute. That one, our Piedmont livery. It depends on if FedEx comes in before or right at about the same time as our other two. So they have 36 minutes. Yes, we will still be here for the FedEx. Iceland has 38 minutes remaining. FedEx has 36 minutes remaining, so yes, probably be here for those two. So about 40 minutes left in the day of plane spotting. Again, thank you all for tuning in today. Glad you guys have enjoyed the stream. As long as everything holds out, we should still be here. Looking at 630 likes. Again, thank you all for smashing the like button as well. Nice, quick amount of likes this afternoon. Thank you all for that. Greatly appreciate it. So Aer Lingus is entering North Carolina now. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2640 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth, 737-800. 2 hours, 14 minutes of flight time. That one arriving in just a few minutes. Says 1 minute, so we'll see that one in just a second. Again, nice to see the NYPD special livery for JetBlue. So again, like I said, 40 minutes. We've got Aer Lingus and Iceland coming at you guys here in just a minute. And those will round out the day of plane spotting. Oh, that breeze feels so good. I'd like to reach 700 likes today. That would be nice, but I highly doubt it. There's a good chance. There's still a chance. Got a United over there lurking just behind these two. Looks like an A321. Endeavor 5232 making a hard left turn away from the airport. Guess they missed their approach. Again, American 2640 from DFW up next. There he is. And of course, American 2616 still to go off to CLT. That Piedmont retro livery. Oh, that wind can keep on blowing. Cool your host. Come on. Where is he sitting at down there? Sitting somewhere just out of our view. We also have that Delta 757 to go back to Atlanta. That one was supposed to go back a while ago. They went and sat on the hill. And then turned around and went right back to the gate. So I'm not sure what happened with them. Waiting on that Piedmont livery. Oh, so it's not leaving. Okay. All right, next arrival for us. It's going to be Republic Airways 4408 from JFK. An hour and 11 minutes. That one arriving in just one. Endeavor 5232 making that big turn. I don't know what happened to them. I guess they missed their approach. Aer Lingus now 20 minutes away. Got a couple of Deltas. That one that's getting back in line in between American and another Delta CRJ. Redneck, something redneck portable. You know, I thought about, I've seen like the copper wire or the copper tubing wrapped in around a fan, and you pump cold water through it. I've seen all kinds of stuff like that. But man, oh man, I just don't know if there's anything that can survive the heat when we're directly in the sun. Again, if we'd have been in the sun all day, there's no way we would still be on the air. Our computer and everything would have melted, honestly. So here comes the Republic Airways. Can we get to 650 likes before the end of the day? I wonder. Put our last like challenge in for the day. 650 likes by the end of the show. It's currently sitting at 38, so that's only 12 more likes before we end the show. 100 new subscribers today. I'll give you guys another subscriber count here in just a moment. Again, about 30 minutes left in our day, and it's actually a Republic Airways livery. So good to see Republic Airways bringing their livery in. Where is American 2616? The people want to know where you're at. We're up to 56, 11,056. We started the day with 10,952, so 104 new subscribers today. Thank you all for subscribing to the channel. As always, let's continue that as well. 8 likes away from 650. Again, 650, our final like goal of the day, as we have about 30 minutes left. That one of those Deltas is going to land over on the other side. Where'd he go? Did he? Yeah, he did. He landed over behind us. Next up, Endeavor 5150. This one coming in from JFK. An hour and 6 minutes of flight time for the CRJ 900LR. There he is. So 104 new friends today. Thank you all for that. We need a lot more days like that, you guys. Thank you, Drew. We'll see you next time. I'll be back on Wednesday, hopefully. Hopefully it won't be too hot. So we're 4 likes away from 650. Good looking shot of Republic coming around the corner. And Piedmont. American 2616, that Piedmont livery, ready to roll back to Charlotte. About a 28-minute flight for this one. Oh, I hope it rains Wednesday afternoon. There we go, 2 more likes away from our final like goal of the afternoon. There it is. Got our final like. Thank you all for smashing the like button. Continue if you haven't, but that is it for the likes today. Thank you all. Not quite our 735 that we needed. That's what we got. We got 734 likes on Thursday night's show. So a good amount of likes on Thursday night. I wish it was as cool as it was Thursday. A320 firing up down here for Delta. I'm going to swing back over here to the Republic livery. Miss Carolina gifting out her third Carolina Aviation membership today. That one going out to Laura C. So congratulations to everybody who was gifted memberships today, as well as thank you everybody who decided to get a membership today. Renew your memberships, of course. Without the memberships, the show doesn't move forward. I'll have to take a look and see how many subscribers we need before we can put up the tower emoji back in there. Again, we replaced our Spirit Airlines, rest in peace, Spirit Airlines, with the Alaska. Emoji. So the new Alaska emoji is in there if you guys are just tuning in. Next arrival, Endeavor 5322 coming in from Washington, D.C. So that's going to be Dane's next one. So Dane will be headed over to that CRJ. Again, that's going to be the next arrival. Aer Lingus now 12 minutes out. 658 likes. We might make it to 675 before the end of the show. I know I wasn't going to say anything more about the likes, but we might make it. Again, continue to smash the like button if y'all haven't, as we begin to wind down our day of spotting. United Express E175 on the way out, along with this Delta A320. We've got a couple of CRJs to come in back here. What do you guys think? You guys want another marshalling shot here? Before we end the show, we've got a pair of CRJs coming back here. So we'll be able to give you guys at least one more marshalling shot before we end the day. Try to figure out which gate he's going to. Our first one in line, I think, is headed right here. Right here, spend a minute or two with the NYPD. Yeah, D3's over on the other side. D8, D10, D6. So he's hanging out over on the other side. Got one more arrival before our final two. Possibly. There is one coming in from Miami. American Airlines 2105, an hour and a half for that one. It says they have about 8 minutes as they come in from the east. Got another PSA coming in from Washington, D.C. That one will be here in just a minute. We've got Delta 1407 back to Detroit, headed out to the end of the runway here. A320-200. Oh yeah, nice breeze blowing through here now. It's perfect. Traveling Geek, good evening. Oh man, sitting down is really, really hard. 665 likes. I don't know if we've got 10 more likes in us here before the end of the day. There's that United Express finally popping up. Your Republic Airways 3477 getting ready to head back to Newark, New Jersey. The little E175. Is he moving? Doesn't look like he's on the move just yet. That Delta 1407 getting ready to go. So we also are supposed to have FedEx. Let's see. FedEx arriving in just 14 minutes, it says. ICE 821 arriving in 8 minutes. It was supposed to get here before the arrival of Iceland. Got that PSA coming in from DC. CRJ 900 making its way back in for American Eagle PSA. Yeah, Traveling Geek, been a hot, hot day. Our United Express back to Newark. Our next departure here. And of course Delta 1407. After this one back to, where'd I say? Detroit. Sometimes that flight is the Mad Dog, sometimes it is not. Tonight is one of those nights where it is not. Unfortunately. That one in the sun almost.
Now we're awaiting that Delta departure. Again, Delta 1407. Where'd he go? Hiding just behind the trees there. $668 likes, 669, 6 away from the final and last like goal. I won't ask for any more likes if we can get to 675. Looks like we're going to get busy here for a few minutes as the final 3 arrivals. Next up, though, is going to be Aer Lingus from Dublin. That is our next arrival. So again, if you guys haven't, smash the like button, please do so. Let's get to 675. Enjoy Aer Lingus. Remember to spam the chat with those tail emojis for our channel members. There, as we see Aer Lingus touching down. Delta 1407 on the move, right in front of an American Airlines. American 2105 from Miami. We'll try to see if we can catch one more glimpse of Aer Lingus here. They should be headed to a gate on the front side of Terminal 2. American 2105 touching down from Miami. That's 737, flying an hour and 41 minutes. Hey, we did it. 681 likes. Oh man, I didn't know you guys were going to push us that far. All right, so we've got 2 more arrivals before we end the day. 700? Do I hear 700? All right, next arrival. It's going to be American Airlines 2615 coming in from Charlotte. A321-200. Going to be our next arrival. 18. Again, 18 likes from 700. So, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, continue it on. Let's get to 700 before we end. Now, number 2 in line is our official last plane of the day, right? But it looks like we're going to have Delta 1097 from Atlanta, Georgia. And then we're going to have, in bonus time, that Delta from Atlanta, of course,
And then FedEx 785, the 767 Heavy from Memphis. So, we still got a few minutes here. We're getting ready to head into bonus time here after the Iceland arrival. Again, this is American 2615 from Charlotte, the A321 traveling about 28 minutes or so. $32 minutes for this one. Next up, the last official plane of the night. Of course, we'll see it go to the gate. Again, we've got 2 more arrivals just beyond this one, but Iceland, ICE 821 from Reykjavik, our final official plane of the night. 6 hours, 18 minutes of flight time for the A321LR. So 684 likes. 16 away from 700. Final official plane of the night. Again, we're going to go into bonus time for Delta and FedEx. Enjoy Iceland's arrival. Final international flight of the day. Well, Iceland's going to play games with us tonight. So Iceland not coming over to the gate that we thought they were going to come over to. Got Alaska back to Seattle. And again, you guys are very welcome. Thank you all for making today fun. Hanging out with me, getting our like challenges going, keeping us up on the likes, of course. All right, next arrival, Delta 1097 from Atlanta. 1 hour of flight time for this one. Going to be the 737 9. And then, of course, oh no, they are playing games with us tonight. I thought they were. Totally looked like they were going the other way. There she is. We're going to stick with this one. We can skip out on a Delta. We've seen a lot of them today. Robbie, good afternoon. You joined us just in time. Still about 13 likes left to go if we're trying to reach 700 by the end of the show. Delta 1097 from Atlanta, Georgia, touching down at 737. One of 2 in our bonus time. See if Alaska gets out of here before we get completely off the air here. We may make Alaska our final departure. But the FedEx 767 up next. Again, 11 likes away. Double, triple check that you guys haven't smashed the like button. Once again. See what Alaska does here. Again, our final heavy of the night, FedEx 785. Going to be a 767-300 tonight instead of the A300 like we had the other night. Of course, the one night we're not down at the end of the runway, FedEx is going to get off the runway early. Blast you, FedEx. All right, last departure of the night, Alaska Airlines off to Seattle. It's gonna is it gonna wait for the Republic? I don't think so. They're already on the tarmac. So get those Alaska emojis ready. Thank you all for using the FedEx emojis. Still 4 likes away. So hopefully we can finish it out. Double, triple, quadruple check that you have smashed the like button. 4 away from 700. One more departure. One more American Eagle departure, and then we'll be finished as our 767 makes it to the end. 701 likes. Thank you all for getting us there. Last departure right here. Last one of bonus time, and we are done for the day. It's hard to see these departures with the sun right in my eyeballs. I thought I was going to miss Alaska altogether there for a minute, as I could not see. All right, last one. Sadly, no 757 departure. I thought if that was going to be the Delta 757, we'd stick around for that departure, but it is not. It is 737. Nice early rotation for the American Eagle. Nice high early rotation. All right, you guys, that's it. Thank you all for spending your Sunday with me. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for the support, the likes, the subscribes, everything. I'll give you a quick update on the subscriber count here in just a second. Let me put my thing away there. All right, so we started the day with 10,952. Gonna end the day with 11,061. So what is that? 109 new friends today. Thank you all for subscribing to the channel. Greatly appreciate that. And again, thank you to everybody who contributed today. Thank you to everybody on the ground down there too, because we've got a couple of folks on the ground watching the show. Thank you all for what you guys do, of course, especially on a nice hot day like it is today. Thank you for getting us to 700 likes as well. Wasn't sure we were going to make it. Again, Thursday night we made it to 734 likes. So make sure you guys go back and check out Thursday night's show if you missed Independence 1. I want to thank my channel members. Obviously, you guys are great. You guys keep the channel rolling. Thank you to my moderators. My moderators do a wonderful job at keeping you guys safe there in the chat. Just wanted to, again, say thank you. We should be back Wednesday. Hopefully it rains Wednesday, so it won't be so hot. Won't have any issues coming back. But again, it's been a great Sunday show. We saw all of our international flights. Once again, thank you all for sticking it out. Hope you guys all have a wonderful start to your week. We will see you on Wednesday. Good night, everybody.